Hello? Hello, hello, hello. I'm nervous. I don't know why, but I'm very nervous. Oh man. You've been up since 6 a.m. I've been up since like 7 a.m. Definitely feels weird at the time change. Hello, Erin. I hope you're doing well. Oh man. I went to bed at 2. Oh my god, you're crazy. I went to bed at like 11. For once, it was early for me. Long time no see. Yeah, hello, hello. Hi, Davy. I don't know why I feel so nervous. It's a very subtle change. I changed my hair slightly, and obviously, you know, it's not Spoopytober, so I'm not in my demon form because it's not spoopy season. It's not spoopy season. So I might change my current appearance for a little while. I don't know when, and it might just be another subtle change as well. 4 hours of sleep game. Okay. I'm gonna switch over scenes. I'm not gonna do the crazy like, oh look at the feet, oh look at the legs, because like it's just my face that changed. Promise. I'm still using the same customizable VTuber model that's in my credits. It's the same made one. It's just I changed the hair, so. Hi. Struck my record. I'm like up 6 zombies. 36 exfil, no down. Nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the cutie post it. Yeah, I like being a cat girl, so I kept my cat girl ears. I just don't like when people rig the ears to go with the eyebrows. Cause look at that. I hate that. My ears are gonna be going crazy. I move around with my eyebrows a lot, so like my ears are gonna go crazy. I kind of don't like that, but whatever. Whatever. I don't know. I wish I can get rid of my human ears. I'm not human. I don't want human ears. Oh, sorry. There's something in my eye. There's something in my eye. Ah. Main outfit. Yeah, it's still the same main outfit, but it's slightly different. By slightly different, I mean I got rid of my sleeves and I changed the color to green because my favorite color is green. But yeah, the ears are gonna make me faint. Really? You like the ears? I kind of don't care for it when ears toggle to like the eyes. I mean, I guess it's kind of cute for when you're like sad and it like goes down, but I don't know. I like when I get like shocked and it shoots up. I think that's really cute. Oh god, I don't know where I placed myself now. Oh no. Need to be longer? Too short dress? What do you mean too short dress? The dress is fine. The dress is fine. I think it's cute. I have stockings. I have stockings on. It's okay. Oh my god, how did I have myself? I already forgot. The dress is fine. I think it's fine. I don't know. So yeah, this is my new look from now on. It's not a new model. This is the same model, by the way. There are too many wolves out there. Oh god. Don't worry, I have pepper spray. I has a pepper spray. Gosh, I have a default sad face look. So, like, my default facial expression is always sad. So my ears are gonna be going down a lot. Oh man. Well yeah, I try to bring all my redeems back. I try to edit on Blurb to have it be no limitations, but it might still have limitations because when I checked on Twitch, it still gave me limitations for them for some reason. I upped some pricing on others and like lowered pricings on others, and I messed around with my Twitch channel emotes. So you guys have new emotes. I got rid of the static. Static is for not moving, right? I got rid of the static lol and like fear emote because I have the shocked one that I animated myself using Twitch's like tool, as well as the lol one for the Twitch's tool. For the twitching tool. And then someone had a free Kiriko Toga bite emote that I thought looked really cute. So I added that as a new emote. I now have Power from Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I love Power. She's my favorite. I have Power from Chainsaw Man because I thought her rage face was adorable. And the hug I thought was really cute. So I added that as well. I thought those were really cute. Yeah, the bite! I love the bite emote! On Discord, I added the one with blood. So that one has blood. On Discord, if you can use like moving emotes, if you have like Discord Nitro, you'll have the Kiri Toga bite emote but with blood. And Twitch, I don't know if Twitch will allow blood, so I uploaded the non-blood one. I don't know if the artist approved my request. They did not. Okay, so the artist is probably too busy. I do have them credited on my credit stock though. Do I have a command for that? Credits? Do I have a credits? I don't have a credits. Oh. I don't have a credits command, but it is in my Twitch profile page as well as in my YouTube description at the very, very bottom. That's where I have the credits. So if you want to see who the artist is, they'll go there. They make such cute emotes. I really want to freaking, I hate to save up money. I really want to buy new emotes from them. They have really, really cute emotes. And whenever they make new emotes, they tend to have them for free for 48 hours. So that's why I was able to download that one. Yeah, I think that's all I had to say. I forget. I forget any other little additions I made. But yeah, oh yeah, I added a little cute bounce. Look at the little single bounce. It's so cute. I'll be getting rid of that one after November ends. I have the pumpkin emote, or the pumpkin sub badge still up because it's still technically fall. So there will be 0 seconds. That's weird. So yeah, I'll get rid of the bounce emote after November ends, and I'll change my sub badges back to normal. Or no, to the winter ones when December arrives. I do have winter emote, or winter, it is lying. It is lying. Streamlabs is weird. I don't trust a lot of their calculating stuff. I think the watch time command is broken. I don't know how to fix that. That's literally a default one, so I don't know. I don't know how that works. I just left it on because I figured it's a fun little thing. I didn't know it was broken. That kind of sucks. I don't know. I don't use Stream Elements. I just use Stream Elements for like my backdrop, my chat. So that's kind of funky. That's weird. Whoa. Oh yeah, I changed the bonk stuff so they're not Halloween items. I kept the pumpkin though, because again, it's still fall. I kept the pumpkin and I enabled the default ones, which is like watermelon, strawberry, pineapple, pear, orange, acorn, a mulberry. There was a pineapple. A lemon, a green grape, a purple grape, a cherry, a banana. So yeah, it's food theme for November. I actually found some for winter as well, so I can't wait because it's like it's Christmas stuff as well as like snowmen and stuff. I can't wait for December to be here too, so I can change those out for like winter themed ones. And I'm gonna get it again in the stream. Wait, what? Ow! Wait, did you get gnome already? Because I didn't hear it. I got gnome at the start of stream when I was testing. No? Okay, yeah. I tested bonk. I did a test single and it was a gnome. I'm glad I tested it because it was only aiming for my boobs, so I had to move it higher. I was like, what the frick, man? I don't want it to be slapping my chest. The frick? I tried to move it to like my head. I don't know if it actually worked or not. I didn't get it for 2 streams. Yeah, RNG sucks. Anyways, this took a chunk over me. Yeah, it's funny. It's a funny little thing. I really like that one. I like that throwable. I'm so glad I found it. Okay, so I'm playing a new game demo for visual novel. It's called Cage of Roses. It looks so pretty. I opened it up for like 2 minutes just so I can like resize it on screen. I used up all my luck back to back. Yeah, that's how RNG works. It looks so pretty and oh, let me show you guys. It looks so pretty. I don't know where to place myself for this. Usually visual novels I go like left or right just so I'm not in the way of the text box. The music alone is so pretty. Oh my god, look at this. Oh, sorry, I was moving the thingy. Hey, it's not centered right. Whoa. It's not centered right. There we go. I hope that's centered right. This game, it sounds and looks so pretty. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, when I first had the bonks on, I lost it too. It was so funny. I love the bonks. I'm so glad that went over well with you guys. Oh god, my feet! I'm trying to sit cross-legged, crisscross applesauce. Eee. So this is a vampire Yuri visual novel. So they're both women. They're both women. One's a vampire, one's a woman. I don't know what their story is, but I'm so curious. I'm so curious. And I can't wait. This is the first visual novel that I've played in like 2 months. Okay, well I don't have anything, so let's go. Prologue. It says the thing changed up here on the window border to prologue. I am in the way. Frag. Frag. I don't want to be in the way. What? It sounds like we're running from something. Oh. Henny? Who's Henny? I'm probably crippled over tired today. What do you mean? Oh, you haven't crisscross applesauce since 3rd grade? I always sit cross-legged. That's just, it's so comfortable for me. I don't know, I'm weird probably. Faster, Mike. Wait, what? That's a weird way to spell Mike. Faster. This is an interesting way to spell Mike. I've never seen it spelled like this before. You still need 88k points for the command. The grind is hard. Yeah, I'm yawy. We have to keep moving or else, oh god, they're gaining on us. Oh. Mike ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her. Oh, Mike is a woman. Which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. Wait. Not very quick? Oh my god, my brain is busted. I'm sorry if I don't understand a lot of things. She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures which pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb, insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far weaker. Wow, okay, so her legs are just very stiff right now. How long has she been running for? And from what? It was through sheer force of will that she was able to keep going. And that alone, for all her strength had already left her. Even as Mike... Is it Mike? I'm wondering if I'm pronouncing this correctly now. Is her name Mike? Or is it... Mike? Mike? I don't know. Mike? Mike? I'm sorry, I don't know how to read. Genuinely, I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm gonna just say Mike. I'm sorry if it's wrong. Staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was a lost cause. Is there someone grabbing her, or is that just her grabbing her dress? She was but a young woman, slender, and, while not so very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blackening the fireplaces. Oh, so Henny's like a maid. Why is her profile picture black? I thought I joined the wrong stream. Oh, because I was revealing my new face! Yeah, it was like a little teaser. Don't worry, I'll change them after stream. I'll change them after stream. That's why. It's because I was doing a new look for this. For now. For good? I don't know. I don't know if it's for good. I might change the outfit some. But I don't know. It's because, yeah, it was just a teaser. Oh my gosh, my eye. I'm so sorry. There's been like a lot of fluffy debris from the cats because the cats have been smothering me lately since I've been back home, and I keep getting their fluffies in my eye and it hurts. Sorry. So yeah, Henny is probably her handmaid? Mike's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through the meaning, demanding, often physical labor. Mike's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. It is very exhausting to be existing! Wow, she's so privileged. Oh, shoot. Mike, please, need to hurry! Quickly, Mike! Oh, she has blood on her face. Henny, I'm sorry, I keep reading it as Henry. Henny reached back to take hold of Mike's hand. Is this the main character, then? On the loading screen? Her coarse, short fingernails digging into Mike's palm. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Mike knew. Should she continue to tarry, to linger behind, she would be in for a hurt far, far greater than this. This is so pretty. Can I? Oh, I can. This is so pretty. This is like a oil painting. This art style is really pretty. So this is her like helper maid. Mike recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and face unusually pale. Mike had never seen her father look so scared before. He was tall. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Oh. Who issued an order? What the heck? Hello, Dominic. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I had a decent Halloween. I just like lounged. It was a lounge day. There weren't like many trick-or-treaters either, so I have a ton of candy. That's the good that came out of it though. Mike had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum. Ooh. Which had stood there longer than the crypt itself. Its trunk wide, its boughs withered. But Mike had learned that even her father had weaknesses. She had once thought her father was a force of nature, quite impossible to argue with, or to or to get the better of. But this what? Supposition? What does supposition mean? But this supposition had been turned on its head in a mere handful of minutes. Like opposition? Superstition? I've never heard that word before. Oh, dang. You got this, I believe. I hope it goes over well. For all of his bluster, Mike's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood like Mike, and when cut, he would bleed. He had blood a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. Oh my god, someone murdered her father? That's why they're running? Hello, I hope you're doing well. What? His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and tinny. Mike could smell her father's blood on her even now. Oh, so that's probably her father's blood. Oh, this is horrible. As she and Henny raced through the forest, she couldn't forget it, however much she wished it. Oh. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Mike wished that the fog would clear and that she would wake, her eyelids fluttering, to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home. The room flooded with pale sunlight. But Mike's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Oh my gosh, she's getting slapped around by branches. Who is this? The shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Mike couldn't outrun them no matter how she tried. She was flagging. Like lagging behind, her heart hammering in her throat. Are they hiding behind a tree? Yeah, she's hiding right here. What happened when Mike was not so optimistic to hope for an what happened when they caught her? Oh, she really doesn't think she's making it out. What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Mike could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? She had done nothing wrong. Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Mike and her family. Oh my god, the atmosphere. Everything feels so like she's in danger. Is this really the tree? This looks like hair or something. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Henny, Mike appealed to her maid between sharp... Appealed? To her maid in sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lung as knitted needles might. Please let go, leave me be, I'm just slowing you down. No, Mike, I can't do that. But... there aren't any buts. I won't leave you behind. That's not what friends do. Oh, oh man. But Henny, I said there aren't any buts. Now, let's keep running. Mike wanted to run. She did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak despite Despite the excess of blood, which filled her, and her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. Oh, Omega! I did a quick search on the name pronunciation, and it turns out the name May could be Dutch and German. The former is pronounced as Meika. Oh, that's... Okay, so I was reading it wrong. Thank you, Davey. I appreciate that. Okay, well the latter would be read as Micah. I'll say Mika. I feel like Mika is probably how they meant for it to be pronounced. Okay, so Mika. I have to remember Mika! Mika. Okay. That's a pretty name. It's just, the way it's spelled makes it look like it's just Mike with an E. So I was like, Mike? Make? Oh, true, make. Make. Mika. Okay. Oh, man. She couldn't keep going. I thought it said she wouldn't. It wasn't possible. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Or lie, I guess. No, lay. Man, I'm like second guessing everything I'm reading now. I'm so sorry. I wasn't properly educated, so like I always feel stupid whenever I have to read visual novels because it feels like it's too smart for me. It feels like it's too smart for me and I am too dumb. But yeah, that makes more sense. Now she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Meika? Meika did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. Mausoleums are pretty, but yeah, trying to think about that being your new resting place, that would get a little scary. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Meika did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes. And she's already traumatized as well, that's true. So she didn't just have a father, she had her mother and father. Or, well yeah, both parents. Could be father. Before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had in the forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. Wait, who's Walter? Wait, what? Why'd you bring in another character's name we haven't even met? Who's Walter? Was it did Walter put a hit on them? God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Meika. But like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Yeah, she's gonna fall over. Meika's foot caught on a tangled tree root which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipping free of Henny's. Her fingers extended forth, plumbing the mists for Henny, but to little avail. Meika! Henny's voice echoed in Meika's ears, shrill and frantic. Alongside her own pulse, her heart juttered in her chest hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Oh my god, the noise. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Her auburn curls strewn across the scattered leaves, the broken twigs. Oh, I think this is a person in the loading screen. Meika's teeth bit against her tongue. Ow, she tasted copper. Oh, that has to hurt. Her vision swam. Meika, oh god, Meika, get up. Please get up. Oh, and then everything went black. Act 1! The night that never ended. Okay. Oh, her eye turned black? She just woke up. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty! Oh man, I love this art style a lot. What? When Mika finally awoke, she was greeted by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. She got like a headache. Oh, no, okay, her eye was just closed. I was like, oh my god, the trees gave her a black eye. A brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth. Gross. And with one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Micah's body shuddered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided. Oh, I hate coughing fits. But once it did, Micah began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. And her hopes are not in vain. No, her hopes were in vain. Oh, shoot. Oh, frick. Micah did not recognize any of the geometry, which encaged her thus. Oh my gosh, the wording is so confusing for me. The floor upon which she was sitting. But why was she sitting on the floor, of all things? It was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls, too, were made of stone, as well as the ceiling, which felt very far away. So it's high roofs. She's in like a dungeon. A wooden cot was pushed up against one of the walls. Wow, they couldn't put her on the cot, they just threw her in there. But it was so steeped in shadows, Micah could scarcely make it out. It was a chamber pot laying by the cot, which upon closer inspection was empty. That's good. But its rim and sides were all stained with caked-on filth. That is gross. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Micah's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, but she had no desire to use this commodity. A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Micah that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Micah could not see herself. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. She's not worried about her looks right now. Really? You need to survive, girl! Micah doubted she would be at her best now, being so very in pain, and so very exhausted. She was so cold. She could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Micah wound her arms. Wound? I think it's wound. I'm sorry! I have trouble reading! I kind of want to move myself a little bit more in. I feel like now I'm not in the way anymore. Yeah, Micah wound her arms about her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk, the very air itself was rank. I haven't heard that term in so long! It was rank! Dang. Oh, let me move that too for you guys. Okay, my bad. The very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, this cell, reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Micah could remember sitting alongside her mother and father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest, and then, there, at this pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Oh, she has a concussion! Micah could recall nothing else. Now what was she to do? Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know I'm sorry, I had to double check the pronunciation. What Micah ought to be doing at any given time. But they were not there, and neither was Henny. Oh my god, what happened to Henny? Micah was all alone. Henny had been with her. Micah was certain before. Oh, okay, so you remember that. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Micah thought sorrowfully. If only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode, not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Micah had often dreamed of stealing away from— wait! Oh, wait, she wanted to go on an adventure! She was kind of forced into one! Mika had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettering by expectations. But she had never wished for this. Yeah, her parents are gone, they're dead, and her freaking maid is gone. Tears began to trickle down Mika's cheeks in... what? Crystalline droplets? Yeah, right, crystalline, I'm sorry. They scored tracks in the dirt, which caked her cheeks and dropped, one by one, to the floor upon which she sat. Her head bowed, fingers played across the stones. Mika sobbed and she sobbed until... What was going on? What? A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Mika could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness, and now her own tears. I don't trust this. It's so quiet. Wait, it stops. Oh, Halloween's over. But she recognized its familiar cadences. Henny? The voice belonged to Henny, her darling Henny. Mika's dear friend was here too, in this stone cell which smelt of death. And though Mika feared for Henny, she felt relief too, bubbling up inside her. She's so happy now. She was not alone after all. Henny? Mika crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows. Henny, is that you? Mika? Henny replied after a pause, for the voice, though, languorous, belonged to her, quite unmistakably. There came a rustle from the darkness of shifting cloth, perhaps a skirt, as Henny sat. Oh, okay, good, they're together. Oh my god! I thought for some reason she'd be in like another cell, so they put them together. That was nice of them, I guess. A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular bar window, Helm? High into the wall. I don't know how to pronounce this. Wall of their cell, and finally Mika was afforded a view of her maid. Though christened Henrik. What? This visual novel's too smart for me. This visual novel's too smart for me. I'm a freaking idiot. I can't read. This is not for my grade level.
Nice.
What do you mean, nice? I feel so dumb. But Kristen Henrik, Mika had always called her beloved maid Henny. Oh, their name is Henrik? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm not the only one who can't read. I wasn't educated well, leave me alone. Don't make fun of my intelligence. I genuinely went to a terrible ghetto school, man. Henry, that's what I thought, Enrique, but I was like, that's no. I know how Enrique is supposed to be spelled Hispanically, so that feels wrong. I'm not okay. I feel so stupid when things are too smart. Oh man. That's what I thought it was. Henrique? I don't think I'm supposed to pronounce E, but then again, you pronounce E for Mika. Oh, Henrika? Maybe? Oh no. Mika had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate appellation? What the heck is appellation? Wow, vocabulary. For so cheery a woman. Ah. For Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. She looked so concerned. Henny was not smiling now, however. A nice zoom in on her chest. That was very lovely. Oh my god, it's just like freaking the villainess. How they always zoomed in on the guys' crotches when they were like introducing the men. Wow! She was sitting upon the wooden cot, which Mika had first spied. Speed? Oh my god, I'm so dumb! tired, okay? I'm not, I can't use it as an excuse. I actually slept. Oh my god. During her brief examination of her surroundings, she spied it. She didn't speed it. She spied it, okay? I can't read. Don't make fun of me. What she had taken at first for a crumpled blanket must have been the body of her own dear mate, obscured from her by the shifting shadows. So she was hiding under the covers. Oh, she's so cute! Eddie's face looked woefully weary. Oh my god, I can't say that word. Woefully weary, and it had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. You lied, it looked so pristine and clean. Her collar's all crazy too. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mirrored in filth. Mirrored in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's eyes were wide and displayed so much white. Her irises seemed almost lost in them. This sent her a startled. Yeah, she looked startled. What? I didn't say you can't say anything about how I look. Wait, what? I said don't make fun of my intelligence. What do you mean? Wait, what the heck? Why with Restream? What the frick? Restream? It changed my stream title. What the heck? I didn't... Why? Do I look bad? Do I look bad? I never said you can't say anything about how I look. What? No? You confused me. You... Why? Wait, are you asking me? No? You can say whatever you want about how I look. Sure. I want to say you look good, but I can't. What do you mean you can't? You can. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so confused right now. Thank you for headpats. I appreciate it. I'm so confused. Oh yeah, I use Restream to like multi-stream onto Twitch and YouTube. And for some reason Restream changed my Twitch stream title when it went live. It's weird. But yeah, no, I never said you couldn't say anything about how I looked. I don't know where you got that idea from. But yeah, you can compliment. That's okay. Complimenting's fine. Take care, Corrupted. I appreciate you stopping by. Oh, this one her started to look like a small woodland animal. Aww. A look which was heightened further by her tangled tresses? Her knotted tangled what does that mean? Her hair? I feel so dumb! Bye! Take care! I appreciate you stopping by. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, clasped together, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. Henny looked an awful sight, but Mika? What was it again? It was Mika, right? Yeah, it was Mika! Mika knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Oh, her hair! Mika's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a what? I'm not gonna even try to say this. She could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from the dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Mika so. Once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost. Ah, okay, so they're like shocked to see each other as well. I am too! I'm so glad that they're like together in the same room. Because it seemed like they might have been in different, maybe? Like cells? Sorry, I have tea. Because I knew I was gonna have to read a lot today. Ugh. Oh god, Mika! Henny looked so alarmed. Mika felt almost ashamed. Yeah, she's cold too. Mika was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother, but it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Oh, dang. So her parents put a lot of pressure on her, or at least her mother. The brain stops functioning when I read so much. I know, that's what I'm feeling right now. Well, because of the big words. Since Mika's girlhood, Henny had been her on... what? Had been one staunch, steadfast companion. I don't understand half of the words that they're using! What does that mean? Staunch? I keep thinking Rick and Morty. She was the only person Mika knew who took Mika for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amendable, more... what? Effusive? What's effusive mean? More like a lady and less like herself. What does that even mean? Like, is she supposed to be like tomboyish? Was she forced to being ladylike? I don't get it. Just like me for real. Too tomboy, forced to be ladylike. Henny did not want Mika to be more. She only wanted Mika to be Mika. Did that mean then that Mika did not look like Mika in that moment? But who else did she resemble if not herself? What had happened to her? Are you alright, Mika? Oh, you look at... oh, look at that. And look at your poor face. Oh. She's coming closer. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaking, she caught Mika's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding." I am? Yes, you have a nasty cut beneath your right eye and your cheek. Oh, she does. Well, her face did slam into the ground. Henny sucked in a breath, and her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Well, not this again. She's wearing a blue and white dress, okay? It's not black and blue, it's blue and white. Oh, I, hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it unfortunately was devoid of dirt. Oh, that's good. Paused in her dabbing at Mika's face to look at Mika with amusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for. I don't know, I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose. Aw, think not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? She's so cute! Oh my god, I like the maid! She's really cute! Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I could never forget you. You are much more than my maid, Henny. You are my friend too, my dearest friend. Oh, and I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state. Do I look so very bad? Well, now. Oh! Oh my god, we look terrible! Henny cast a gaze over Mika's face, her brown eyes brightening with familiar mischief as she did. Aw, you little brat. Oh my god, she's so cute! That depends on how honest you want me to be. Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that? You've certainly looked better. Your face is all banged up, as a windful apple. Hmm? An apple? Mika shook her head in wonderment. Aw, she's trying to cheer her up by being silly. I only hope that the apple isn't ridden with worms. I don't think you have anything to worry about on that score, at least. Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. Aw, she's so cute. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're together! Yay! That ought to count for something. Although... Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and dirt from Mika's cheek. Wouldn't that just reopen the wound? Wasn't it like scabbing over? And it like reopened it? What if she starts bleeding more? What if she starts bleeding more? What if she... No, she can't infect it because it was a clean cloth. Then drew back, her soiled handkerchief gripping tight in her hand. Or gripped tight in her hand, I'm sorry. Her expression newly dour. She said after a moment's pause, I am afraid that your parents mayn't have been so fortunate. What? Mika's heart leapt in her chest at that somber announcement. Shh. That's kind of good that it's not repressed. It's that she has like a concussion. Oh no. Did Henny also see when Mika's parents got murdered? That has to be so traumatizing to see. What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on? You don't? I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé, but as for how we came here... Mika closed her eyes in the hope of remembering something, but again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snow-capped mountain, all flora blanketed in untrembled whiteness. I am afraid I am drawing a blank. I cannot remember. Not a single thing? Nothing. I see. Henny gritted her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. That's not... Ooh, this... Oh god, what if she tells her parents are dead, that they were murdered, and that they were running, and then she fell? That's not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that she can't remember all of the gory details. Okay, yeah, no kidding. I wish I could forget what happened myself. Oh no, so she did see what happened! Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly. Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly. What? She gripped her handkerchief. The handkerchief had been the only clean thing in Mika and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Mika had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Mika did not know. There seemed much all of a sudden she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly. She might as well have been a little girl again. Enthused? I don't understand. I don't know this word. After she had she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Wait, what? I don't understand that, like, oh my god, what's the word called again? I don't understand. It's not a reference. Oh my god, what is the example? I don't know. English is hard. I wasn't taught well in school, so I don't understand what that means. Hello, I hope you're doing well. Mika had not known as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Henny. Mika took Henny's hand in her own, her fingernails cracked, discolored, and dusted with dirt, digging into her skin. Oh, this is the same model. I just changed my face. Or not my face, I just changed my hair and my feature because, well yeah, I'm a pixie that hasn't earned her wings yet because I play with glamours too much. My favorite kind of glamour to use is Catgirl, so I went back to Catgirl because it's not Halloween-y time, it's not spooky season, so I'm not a little demon anymore. I just changed my hair and my little feature, it's all. But thank you, I appreciate it. It's the same model in my my credit stock. Well, my game closed out. Or tapped out. Mika took Henny's hand in her own, her fingernails cracked, discolored, and dusted with dirt, digging into her skin. Oh, what happened? Tell me, please, I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just... And he looked at Meika beneath half-lidded eyes, her expression distressed, uncommonly pale and pinched. Promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Penny, please, you should know that this is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all of the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all of this. I know it'll upset you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Penny, perhaps sensing her own distress, paused. She inhaled— Oh my god! I'm sorry, I just noticed, chatbot! Hold on, I just noticed— I thought I turned that off! That's the one thing I missed. My Spoopytober, my Spoopytober command is the one thing I forgot to turn off. I'm sorry, I just turned it off right now. For YouTube chat. Oops. I forgot to turn that off. Let me turn off— yeah, I forgot to go to Nightbot and turn off the Halloween commands and such. Okay, that should be everything. I'm sorry. I knew I forgot something. I couldn't remember what, because there was so many things I had to change. My bad. Alright, there. I disabled it. Penny, perhaps sensing her own distress, paused. She inhaled. Then in a calmer tone, she said, "Just how much do you want to know, Meika?" How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. Yeah, they went through traumatic experiences. I feel like once Meika is able to remember, ew, it's gonna come back to haunt her. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh dear, are things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account then. Wait, what? Oh, like a short summary? I've no need to hear everything. Right you are. Penny bowed her head in acquiescence? I don't know that word. What happened with them? So we started off just running. These two were running for their lives in the forest. Her parents were brutally murdered in front of them both, which is why they were both running. We don't know who's chasing them. They were just running. This is her maid, this is Meika, and this is Henny. And her hands were so like clammy from fear that when she tripped on a branch, she had fallen and lost grip with Henny, and she hit her head really hard. I feel like you have only read dialogue. Yeah, that's how the visual novels are. You haven't chosen any dialogue that can change your life in the game. Oh yeah, that's true! Usually visual novels always have, like, choices. It's probably because it's still setting up for everything. But that is true. So yeah, and then she woke up in this cell, and on the bed of the cell was our maid. So when she broke down crying of confusion of where she is and the fact that she couldn't remember anything, that's when her maid woke up, and then they started talking. Relief that they're, you know, together and alive and well. But yeah, the fact that she doesn't remember, and now she's trying to explain to her what's happening. Henny bowed her head in acquiescence? I don't know. Her face half swallowed by the shadows. Oh, that's so pretty! That's what I'm saying, this is weird. Maybe only because it's a— yeah, that's true, it is a demo. So it's gonna be very limited. I don't even know how long this demo is. Usually demos for visual novels range between an hour to 6 hours. So I'm hoping this won't be that long. The band of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell. There's so many, like, crazy imagery words in this game. It's very beautiful, but also very confusing when they use the super long and, like, different language, or different, types of words. But it's probably because of my intelligence level, honestly, so I don't know. It was so cold in their cell, Meika could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice impaled into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Meika of her trepidation. Oh yeah, and Meika was on her way to visit her fiancé, she had said, until the carriage got attacked, but she doesn't remember that the carriage was attacked. She doesn't remember that her parents are dead. She just remembers running. So at least she remembers that? I don't know either, I haven't played it. They're very good! But yeah, sometimes it can be pretty long for their demo. She knew once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. I mean, it wouldn't be the same anyway, they're literally in a cell and they don't even know why. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact. That's what I'm saying. So quickly that Meika hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Meika, but during our travels, the carriage, it was attacked by bandits. Oh, so it was just bandits? Okay, I thought it was like... Actually, that's still bad. They were still being targeted, but was it like hired goons? Like... I don't know! I don't know. Will that ever get revealed? Who knows? What? No. Yes, they came creeping out from the fog, like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father, and when he refused to comply, well... And his expression twisted. They stabbed him. What? Meika drew in a sharp inhalation of air, her whole body tensing. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. I'm glad she doesn't remember it, though. Eventually, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined. Oh god, not my papa, my poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but... Henny sniffled. Oh, Henny sniffed. Oh my god, she's crying! They're actually doing tears. Oh my... The art is so pretty! It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Dead? My papa dead? Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. That is a weird way to put it. Dead as a doornail? Doornails are inanimate objects, all because they're not alive. Oh! I just got the reference! Oh, jeez. I didn't hang around to see what happened, like, but... Well, it happened so quick, I don't think he suffered, at least. And my mama, what of her? Don't tell me she also... Henny did not reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Meika with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both Meika's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan. And one of us, Henny. How did we escape? I find it hard to believe the bandits would just let us go. They're in a cell, girl! Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we'd sat still, like good little girls, but I didn't want to do that. Ooh, she looks so angry! I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and we ran away. Ooh, that sounds so bad. While they were busy with your mother, the bandits? Oh, I hope they just killed her and didn't do anything more. Ooh, that sounds so nasty. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase pretty darn quick. Gotta keep the age rating. Actually, I don't even know. What is the age rating for this game? Is there an age rating? I don't think there is. Oh my god. It's like in Tavern Talk when they censored all the curse words. It was very dark and the fog was thick, and I could hardly see what was happening. At one point, you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead. Oh yeah, she does. On her forehead, on her cheek, and over here. And I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits trapped them all looking for us. So they didn't find them. I figured we were both a couple of goners. The internet ruined me. I thought that said gooners. I was like, wow. It's not that kind of game, I don't think. I started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then we survived. Yes, we survived. This, make us suppose, was not such a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly cell speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had came to their defense. But who would have been wandering the woods so late at night, however? Mako could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been the stuff that fantasies are made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes could be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle, but looking back on it, that ain't the right word. What reference? I don't get it. Wait, what do you mean? What reference for what? I'm sorry. It's probably really late to comment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I got sucked into reading. I don't... 5 minutes ago? Oh no. Was it my Gooner comment? Or just the way the words that they use? I forget what the English... Oh my god, I genuinely was like, I'm so stupid. I didn't get the reference you were talking about. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Miracles suggest God. I'm sorry. Miracles suggest God and all his angels, but there was not holy. But what? But there was not holy about this. Nout? Nout holy about this. What is nout? I'm not worried about it. Why are you raging? It was a proper mess, really. A total bloodbath. Blood? Yes, there was blood and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright, as the bandits approached, and then the next they were gone. Gone? But where and how? Did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their own free will, like... The fog parted, you see, and then this figure, this woman, she appeared so quick, it was... Stop, you're ruining the mood! She appeared so quick, it was like she'd sprung up from the earth. A zombie! She was very tall. I don't think she was, at least. And she was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. Oh, the vampire! I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but that woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. The woman in white? Sounds like a ghost. Oh my god, I feel like I'm still in the way. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of the way. The woman in white. She stood there once. Well, now she's probably the woman in red. She had a bloodbath! Blood! She stood there once. She had finished beneath the moon like nothing had happened, and then... Henny pressed her fingers to her brow, and, overwhelmed, shook her head. I don't remember. Not after that. Oh, okay, so she probably says not in like an accent, is why there's always a W. Not after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. Oh, so Henny wasn't even awake. We woke up Henny with her crying. I've never been able to excuse me. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Mika. Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, honey. Make a chance to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied? Stiff, probably? Worn away, following the news of her parents' demise. Oh, never mind. and her own near brush with the Reaper's scythe. True, they almost died. I have no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me. From the bandits, I suppose I did. She did. She was very quick on her feet, very smart to run off with her while they were occupied with her mother. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. Not when we were all turned about in the woods, and I had no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. Ugh! My ankle aches! Oh my god, I can't read. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength. Not even by your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Blanchard? Oh my god, Blanche! This is completely off topic. Because I did the Over the Garden Wall watch party and I had a lot of fun with that, I'm wondering if I should do a Gravity Falls one. That's a much longer series, by the way. That's like two seasons? 2 seasons long? I think it's 2 seasons long. But I've been wanting to watch Gravity Falls again, but I haven't had time to watch it. So now I'm wondering, maybe I should do like 5 episodes a week kind of thing? I don't know how long the series. I don't know how many episodes exactly are in each season, but like, I kind of want to watch this. I want to watch the series again with you guys. Yeah, I love Gravity Falls. Every time I see Blanche, I keep thinking of the song Seuss was singing. The Blanchin song. What was? I forgot how it went. But the Blanchin song! I keep thinking of the Blanchin song that Seuss sings. I love Dipper. Me too! I love Dipper and Mabel. They're my favorite. Ugh, sorry. My mouth was so dry. Ugh, excuse me. I feel so gross. Mika's smile widened at this despite her severity of the situation, and she found, to her surprise, she was even able to laugh. Aww! It was a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Henny never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Oh, we don't even... Oh, I can save. Nice. There's no... options? Oh! And the weird guy who works... Yeah, that's Seuss! Seuss. S-O-O-S. Seuss. I forget what his last name is. Yeah, his nickname is Seuss. Everyone calls him Seuss. Yeah. I love Seuss. Seuss is a good boy! I keep thinking of the song! I keep thinking of the Blanchin song that he sings! The one that Wendy hates because it's such an earworm and she hates it. That's what I keep thinking of whenever I see the word Blanchard, or Blanchard. Yes, I read that. Okay. Mika was too old to believe in magic. When she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered. Aw, that's so cute! She made her believe in magic! Are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead, and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off my life, although... Here, Henry smiled grimly. In the matter of all survivors, after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether. Oh, dark humor, Henny? Her parents just died. Well, I'm glad I'm still alive at least. Oh, shoot. She must be thankful for we must be thankful for small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Mika squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew. But this time, she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' deaths was a heavy burden to bear, but Mika, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. Oh, that's good, though, girl. I'd imagine seeing that would be very traumatizing. It still did not seem quite real, despite the rawness of Henny's account. Henny did a very nice way of telling you. She didn't really... It wasn't as gruesome because it wasn't a violent retelling. It was a very nice recap. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Mika did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby. What does that mean? She would play in the crypt? Was she bullied and thrown into the crypt? It was fortunate she had Henny by her side to dry her eyes. What would she have done without her trusty maid? Now then. Mika inhaled, her chest rising beneath her torn gown, and glanced about. Where do you suppose we are? And how do you suppose we get here? And how do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering about that too ever since we awoke. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? She got serious. Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab. And it's damp too. I'm freezing. You poor thing, you. Come here. Oh, they're so cute. Henny shifted closer to Mika, then drew her arms about her, holding her close so as to protect her from the frigid air. Henny glanced about her, as did Mika. She squinted into the shadows, as though they might reveal more than they had upon her initial inspection, namely the wooden cot and the chamber pot beside it. But to Mika's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. I don't trust this. It got quiet again. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, but still, it stank. Goodness me. It's not much to look at, is it? Might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. Henny, you're not serious right now. I love that she's trying to make a joke of this, but girl... Henny drew back from Mika, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, but they can't be all that kind if they were to let us suffer in here. Yeah, why would you save someone that looks like royalty and then you just throw them in a freaking dungeon? What the heck? You can use the gnome, it's fine. You think they could at least have put us up in a nicer room? You're gonna spam it! Wait, I want to see if it's centered right. Ow, it's not. It's working! Wonder if that's centered better. Looks like it wasn't even touching me. Strange, strange. Still didn't get it. Yeah. I'm not expecting first class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Mika. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people. It's alright. It's better than being dead, at least. Even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? She's so concerned. Well... Mika corrected herself with a smile. Quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Mika drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said, when I woke up, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? Girl, did you not run over to her to cradle her because she was crying and now she's cold, so you're like, body heat, we have to hug. You don't realize that you're both on the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up from her forehead. Huh? thought out from her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated. Oh, she like rolled her eyes and managed to bring another smile to Mika's lips, despite how very dire the situation was. That's cute though. They're able to get a little chuckle out of it, you know? Or make a little joke, I mean. I suppose it makes sense. There being only one bed, but oh, this is too much. I can't believe they flung you about like a sack of sawdust. Yeah, they put the injured woman on the cold hard floor, and they put the maid in the bed. Wait a minute, that's a little rude. Shouldn't you have like either done it reverse or put them together on the bed or together on the floor and have them like fight over who sleeps in the bed or something? I suppose it makes sense. There is only one bed. But oh, this is too much. Can't believe they flung you out. Yeah, like a sack. I can't read! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't read today. It was a bad day to choose this game. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Did you finish? No, I did not finish Resident Evil 2. I mean, I finished Leon's route, so I want to say I finished it. But I was told I need to do Claire's B route, so nope. When will you finish it, if you're going to finish it? I don't know. I don't know when I'll play it again, to be honest. It's a little frustrating. So, I'll probably just play it when I'm done with, because I was invited to quite a few demos. I was invited to oh my god, English. I was invited to play, this game, as well as the In-Between extended demo, Call of Boba, I'm trying to remember. Oh, and a horror game demo I was invited to. Okay, so I was invited to play like 4 demos throughout the month of October, but I didn't have time to play them all because I was trying to get through the games that you guys wanted me to play. So yeah, this week and next week I'll be playing through all of those games I was invited to. Holy moly, so many. Yeah, it was 4 demos I was invited to. So yeah, I'm gonna play this game today. Tomorrow I'm gonna have off. I'll post on my schedules later. My schedule's already on Twitch though. If you go into the schedule tab, you'll see what I'll be playing for next week. So I'll stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. So Tuesday I'll play Call of Boba, which is it's so cute. It's a management game where you're a boba tea shop manager, so you're making boba tea for a community. So that's a game. You need to like talk to all the citizens. You can like have a little garden. You have a little shop, boba shop that you run and like take orders from people and give them their orders. I don't know how long that demo is. And then Wednesday, I'll play, I want to play Tavern Talk again. Because Tavern Talk announced a new DLC and I haven't even beat base game yet. So they emailed me about their new DLC. I really hope they'll allow me to play it because they gave me their game for free. But yeah, Tavern Talk is like another visual novel story building game where you're a tavern owner and you make drinks for all the people coming by. It's like Coffee Talk but D&D inspired. It's such a good game. I need to actually redo something in the game because I made the wrong choice and I got a bad ending for that. I was on a good ending streak for everybody's story for the most part, so I need to go back. I want to go back and get a good ending because those 2 are my favorite characters. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that Wednesday, and then Thursday I'll have off, Friday I'll have off, and then Saturday I'll play the demo to the In-Between. It's a yaoi visual novel. It's a boy love. It's a boy love visual novel. I played it in Discord for you guys. It was about an hour long, but they gave me they told me about the extended demo. So I don't know how long the extended demo is. But that one was such a good one too. It's a story about someone whose family left them like an inn that's kind of hard to get to. It's like a spiritual place. So think of like Spirited Away, how you can't really find the place unless you're like staying on that side of the world for a while. So like the child found the inn. There's so much of that story. There's so much of that story. It's so good. So like your father passed away, but he has like this inn that you need to go and find, but at the end of the demo you like find it. You kind of pass out by it as well because your like childhood friend tells you don't go there, that's a bad place. Turns out there's a lot of drama between you and your childhood friend. So the guy seems very shady. I don't trust him. At first I was like, oh cute, you know, these guys have like a history together. They have they're childhood friends. So I thought friends to lovers, maybe? No, I don't trust him. The cat boy, the naked cat boy, don't worry, they don't show any nudity. The naked cat boy saved our life. I woke up cuddled next to him. So I wonder how the extended demo will go for that one, for the in-between. So I'll be playing that one on Saturday the 9th, and then the 10th I'll play the horror game demo. It reminds me of Visage and Layers of Fear mixed together. I don't know how long that demo's gonna be, but oh my god, it looks crazy. It's, what is it called again? It's on my Twitch. It's under my Twitch schedule. I don't remember what it's called. Haunted Bloodlines, I think? Haunted Bloodlines demo? That one sounds... Your schedule's backed up. Yeah, I kind of bought into a lot of games, so I want to make sure I give them ample amount of time, you know? So I want to play them. I'm very grateful that freaking devs are reaching out to me, because I'm so grateful for that. I thought I was just a little nobody, and here I am getting offers, and I'm just like, oh, really? For me? It makes me so happy. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing Haunted Bloodlines. That game looks terrifying. I don't know how long it is, but that one, it reminds me of a scary version of, I don't know if you heard of What Remains of Edith Finch. That's a really good video game if you haven't played that one. It's a story-driven game, but in Haunted Bloodlines, you're finding out your family's history and past through an old house that belonged to your family. Turns out, there's actually a lot of negative stuff about them. You're very infamous, so... You're not a nobody, you're fixed to fix it you. Ah, thank you. I don't feel like anybody, but ooh, thank you, I appreciate it. So yeah, you're finding spirits chasing you as well while you're trying to like uncover your family's secrets and stuff. So that one sounds like it'll be such a good game, and it's the demo to that game. I also applied for A Quiet Place game key. Haven't heard the demo you mentioned. It's called Haunted Bloodlines. It seems very spooky. I can't wait to play it. It seems very exciting. I'm so nervous to play it though, because it's a scary game. I don't do good with horror. I'm wondering if I should wear my spoopy outfit for that one. Should I? I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling on the day off. But yeah, I have a lot of demos to check out this upcoming week, and I'm really excited for that. Oh, excuse me. Okay, let me continue with this one. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend. What does that mean? Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do. Oh, she wants to pick a fight. Some benefactor. When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for? Oh my god! I just checked it out. I got your YouTube recommendations for it. I haven't seen it. It seems very spooky. So I'm excited to play it because it reminds me of What Remains of Edith Finch, where you're like exploring your family's home, but it's scary. So I'm excited to try that one out. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them, not when we are at their mercy. True. I'm gonna have popcorn ready. As long as I provide the entertainment, that's all that matters. Why? But that makes us sound like captives. Girl, we are in a cell! We are captives. Mika is so smart. Mika is so smart. That sounded like someone was coming. I heard like a crunching noise. Like someone stepped on a branch. Is that what we are? Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all. And we have no means of escaping. We're being treated as prisoners. I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me. But I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. Not when we've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. That's true. And you're the one who will be saddled with the consequences. Saddled? 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 I don't understand what that means. Poor Mika. It was your parents, not mine, who were... well... I don't expect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. She said sus! Why'd she say sus? That ruined the mood! But true, I hate when people try to compare their troubles and woe to others. That's not comparable. You have trauma. Trauma is trauma. Doesn't matter who had it worse, it's still trauma. You guys have shared trauma. You guys have this bond now of more than just friendship. Now you're trauma bonded. Oh my god. As it stands, we're both...
You right!
Right! As it stands, we're both in this together. I wouldn't abandon you, Mika. So, try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this. She's so cute. Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. I love her smile. She's so cute, Henny. Now, let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and had a circuit of the cell. What? And did a circuit of the cell? Oh, she like paced around. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stone weight might whisper unto her their weaknesses, but her efforts were in vain. The walls held firm, as did the steely slates which crisscrossed the entrance. Henny took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally. Like she could bust them open. She's a strong woman. But they refused to yield. Oh, come on. Frustrated now, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but damn it all. The bars, as before, did not budge. They were quite impermeable. Sighing, Henny soon changed tact. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred too. Oh, similarly barred. Oh my god, I can read. Similarly barred. Too high up to reach, and much too small to squeeze through. It seemed a miracle, almost, the window being so mean allowed my moonlight and all to spill into... or any moonlight. Oh my god, I can't read. I can't read! Take care, Erin! Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. Allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and the fog shifted. And? Mika asked, when a disenchanted Henny flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts. Poor thing. Are you not going now? Soon? Oh, okay. But still, I appreciate you stopping by. Did you uncover anything? Nah, falls, except that we're more trapped than I thought. Aw. I thought you might have come to that conclusion. Yes. God. Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there is much we can do other than wait. I suppose you're right. I can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. But what can you do when you're locked in a cell? Henny looked about the cell once more and then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we could do. I'm sorry for being so hopeless, Mika. I'm meant to look after you, but I'm at a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you. True, their presence together is really helpful. Because her being alone in the cell would have been a lot worse. So I was so concerned when she was like, she's alone in this cell. I was like, oh no, where's her maid? What did they do to her maid? It's so good that her maid was there with her. Oh, that's something at least. I wish it could be of some real use, though. You are of real use. Without you, I'd be an unconscionable mess. What? Unconscionable mess. Weeping on the floor. Unconcealable. Ah, wait, no. Unconsolable? What does she mean? I don't know. I don't even know if that's a word. Well, we can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks mine. Oh, much as it breaks mine to see yourself. What? Flagellate so? What? These words. Am I just that dumb? I'm so confused. Over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we are well and truly stuck here, I suppose we had to make the best of it. Although, I have a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here, or what cause. But they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if Penny began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. Yeah, the music stopped. I don't trust this anymore. A sound issued forth from darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, like that of a far-off rain, but Henny still heard it, the sour air being so still and silent. It sounded like a scream. Good God. Henny sat up straighter, her fingers digging into her arches. What? Her eyes alert. What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind? I wonder how much time they spent on this dialogue, right? I always wonder that. Like, how long does it take for them to write, like, chapters out for visual novels? Because it seems like it's so many words. Do you really think so? Yes, I imagine. Mika answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. They're trying to, like... they're trying to dismiss what they just heard as of the wind? That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, too... though faint, unmistakably human. There were other cells, or so it seemed, besides theirs, where others were incarcerated, others whom right now were being tortured by unknown hands. Probably a whole book and made a game for the book. Maybe. Mika could feel the fine hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Her body felt constrained by her stays, quivered. All she could do was sit there, her legs pressed to her chest like a fitful young girl, as she murmured, more for her own benefit than Henny's. It was the wind, that's all it was. It's the wind. It's nothing to worry about. It's nothing, really. Everything will be fine. With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Mika and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat up upon the stone floor together. They could, Mika supposed, have sat upon the wooden cot, but it did not seem sturdy enough for the both of them. Ah, okay. That explains why they weren't tossed on there together, I guess. With their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party, Henny had at first balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the floor like a plebeian. No way, they said pleb. There's probably a meaning for the star showing. I don't know. There's nothing else to do. But Mika's dress was already so dirty it scarce mattered. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves in inertia. See, like the wording is just, I feel like this game is too smart for me. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. Really? She had in her pocket, alongside the handkerchief she had used to wipe Mika's cheek, a pack of cards. She was hiding a whole pack of cards in there? These cards were bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Mika a game of Joker, which she soon accepted. What does that mean? Henny cut the deck, then dealt out the cards, her motions deft despite her trembling. Well, Henny and Mika were familiar with card games. I'm not. I've never really played card games other than, like, the matching one. Is that Go Fish, probably? For matching, like, certain cards and then putting them down. I guess those are the only ones that I know of. Well, Henny and Mika were familiar with card games. They often played rounds to pass the hours. There being precious few amusements that ladies of Mika's caliber were permitted to do. Ooh. Were it not for Henny and her games, Mika feared she would have lost her mind from fright. That's good. So aside from, like, talking and making jokes to, like, ease the tension for them, they have cards that they can also play. Excuse me, sorry. I had to yawn. The two women played several rounds of Joker. I wonder how you play that. Is this an actual card game, or is this like the game's creation? Examining their decks and dispensing the cards, the game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Mika's concerns. It could not alas alleviate the cold, but Mika had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dark, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it felt to even be warm. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting in the fire in the Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warm pan at her feet. A warming pan at her feet? Oh my god, she could soak her feet. Sorry, drinking tea. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seemed very far away to Mika now, though being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor shivering? Seriously, how long have they been there for? Cause they were both knocked out. Her because of the falling, and then her because of whatever entity saved them. Mika did not know. She could not tell. Has it only been like a couple minutes, couple hours, a day? I don't know. She had lost all conception of time and its passing. It had become nebulous to her, unformed and unfixed. Like, are they not hungry? Is whoever captured them gonna feed them? All Mika really knew in her infinite ignorance was that the night seemed hopelessly long. She hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Mika's cell, and neither nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. Clocks? You can't say clocks? Friggin' smart people confuse me! What does that mean? I feel so stupid. Oh my god. Okay, a timepiece. The only means Mika had of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her walking, and it remained so now 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog of regular intervals, oh my god. The fog at irregular intervals shone its pallid light upon Mika's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker and his wide, rictus grin. Mika had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's trusted pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Really? What kind of cards does she have? If the Joker card kinda makes you nervous. Every once in a while, as she played, Mika spared a few glances upwards at the barred window. She could not hope to guess at the hour, but she knew it was late. It had been late when the bandits had descended upon her parents, and it was still late now. Perhaps 1 hour had passed since the attack. Or 2. definitely more if you guys have played 3 games of cards, because games of cards can last, what, half an hour or more? It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or it could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. I think it's of the early hours of the morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Meika was none the wiser. Meika could not believe, though, when she tilted her head, that the sun had any intention of soon putting in an appearance. The darkness which... I thought it was gonna be silent again because I heard the wind blowing and I was like, whoa. The ambiance is so good in this game. The darkness which abounded within her cell was too complete for it, the cards in her hands almost inscrutable without the aid of the moon's light. Meika could not hear either the telltale twittering of bird song, which often announced the coming dawn. When did the birds begin to chirp among the boughs of the trees beyond her bedroom window? Meika could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Meika had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter, despite her advancing years. But she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. Oh my god, she's just like me, for real! I can't sleep for a solid hour. It's always broken up every single hour. She would raise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, same, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. Oh my god, real! When this occurred, Meika would raise from bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Okay, I don't do all that now. Oh, how her mind raced! It seemed quite unfair, really, that she should be cursed with so many thoughts when her parents demanded only that she be a perfect, passive doll of a woman, with no opinions at all. Oh my god. With weary eyes, Meika would look out to her back garden, steeped in shadows, and the cobblestone streets beyond it. Others might have found the night in its fathomless stillness uncomfortable, but Meika quite enjoyed it. At least, she did not have to perform when all else were abed. Ooh, real. She was free to feel and think as she wanted, without fear of being reproached. Oh no. It's gonna talk about how her parents were to her now, or at least her mother. It was Meika, right? Yeah, Meika. Sorry. I'm trying to double check it. Meika, her mother had often scolded her. Wow. She sat in the dining room for uncomfortable family meals. You are furrowing your brow again. Have I not warned you against it? It is most unattractive. Oh my god. What must her Gerhard think if he could see you now? Oh my god, the mother! Chill out, woman! Meika would always apologize for these faults of hers, no matter how slight, but inwardly she smoldered. She did not like being spoken down to as if she were a child. Yeah, she's a freaking adult, good lord. Bet you her mother makes prissy little expressions all the time. Why is it okay for her to do it? Oh my god. I'm gonna get crazy. Now, at least after the night's horrors, she needed no longer worry about furrowing her brow in an unbecoming way as she sipped her soup. Soup! Oh my god, is she hungry yet? She no longer had a mother to scold her. True, she's gone! She would never see her mother nor her father again. And what of Walter? Wait, what? I really hate Twitch. I can't change my username to my gamer tag. This sucks. Oh, what the heck? The heck is your gamer tag then? If it's Twitch, yeah, no, actually, Twitch is weird. I can't say the word boob or suck for Twitch clips because apparently it's a bad word. It's so weird. I don't know. But, like, some people have offensive names on Twitch, go figure. And it's like, how are those names okay? But I can't say the word, Abasan. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't seem like it's a bad word. That's weird. I don't understand Twitch either. Twitch is weird. Oh, it's because of the dash. So, wait, you can't do underscores? Or you just don't want to do underscores? Wait, what? Oh, so is Walter her fiancé? She will never see her mother nor her father again. And what of Walter? Of that, Meika had no earthly idea. Underscores? What? That doesn't work either? Tried it? Really? I could have sworn Twitch allows underscores. What the heck? I've known people that have had underscores in their usernames before they changed them. So that's weird. Oh, this is ridiculous. Henny grossed while examining her own cards. We ought to be at her Garheads right now. Safe as houses. They weren't so far from Augsburg, at least I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We just happened to be there. You think that the guy, knowing that his fiancée was arriving, would have the path to his area clear of bandits? The fact that the bandits were still able to attack, this does feel a little targeted. I don't know, it doesn't sit right with me. Like, how and why did that even happen to them? No rules, maybe? That's still really weird of Twitch to do that. Because I swear I've seen people with underscores for names. Wait, yeah! My chat bot! Chat Rodom is literally chat underscore Rodom. What the frick? What? That's so weird. Like, even if it's a new rule, that's still a very weird one to have. Oh, you're probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck, at least you've had a fair run during our game. You beat me out soundly during every single hand. Ha! Well, true. I suppose I should thank heaven for small mercies, eh? Henny smiled at Meika's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Meika's cheer were half-hearted and sullen. They were swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what hair Garheld would make of this. Oh, excuse me. Wait, yeah, you don't think, oh, it does work? I typed it wrong before. Silly. I'm glad it worked. We're lasting a little too long in this cell. I feel like this is kind of dragging out. Like, when is the person gonna come and, like, see us? There was even a scream we heard? What happened to that? He'd off his head, I'm sure. Or he'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew that state you're being kept in, Meika. I wonder if he's gonna try to go out and look for them, because he knows that they're supposed to be on their way. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're a Von Essen? For crying out loud. The person who's holding us here, will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe. Meika's reply was vague, in both tone and meaning. Not even Meika herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her status as a lady would grant her any favors with their captors, or whether she was a lady at all. Mega had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries. But the Von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the Von Essens' wealth. Well, so she's going poor is why she's marrying, probably. While still in possession of their family home and of a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in dire state ever since Meika's girlhood. Though not openly wanting for cash, Meika's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than the figures in their bank account. Meika's wedding to heir Gerhard, I don't know how to pronounce that, had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth. I knew it! I just called that out! Before they could fall from grace altogether. But now that seemed an impossibility. So people are probably not going to care for them because they're going poor. And they passed away, went missing, who knows? I doubt anyone's gonna like keep tabs on them because of that. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, you don't like how it'll look? That's fine. That's fine. I don't know if Twitch would allow you to even go back to your old username either. Because I think when a username is using, that's it. You can't use it again. So you have to, like, change it completely. I don't remember. How could Meika wed Walter when she was incarcerated? This is not being incarcerated! You were captured! If Meika had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over a cruel fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. She doesn't even know who he is. What did she care how Walter Gerhard felt? She barely knew him. Well, not to worry. I think it's Herr Gerhard must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. Wait, what? Blazes where are? Where the blazes were are. I don't understand this. Is this like a typo? This doesn't make sense. Wondering where the blazes where are? Does she mean we are? I have no idea what time it is. That Meika thought glumly. Made two of them. But we should have arrived in Augsburg ages ago. Herr Gerhard is sure to send out a search party before long. I don't know about that. He'll be worried sick about you, Meika. Do you really think so? I was about to say that too. Would he really? I feel like he would probably just try to find another bride. Like, what? If her family was going poor, and everyone probably knew about that. Especially his family. Like, would he actually actively try to find her? Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. For such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, Henny. I appreciate it. Don't thank me, Meika. I'm just stating the facts. She's so cute! If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you, you can bet that I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Perhaps it was a good thing that I'm in here with you then, at least. No, I'm alright. At least you know I'm alright. Aw. Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. That was so weird to say. You know, I'd do anything to keep you safe, Meika. I'm going now. Take care. Appreciate you for stopping by. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope you sleep well. You got the gnome! On your way out too. It's funny. Just a good night, gnome. I know. Meika could well believe that, coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Meika was less certain. When I'm leaving, I'm so hyped for it. What do you mean? Oh my god! Is this Walter? Oh, dang. What does she know about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he is? You're so happy for it? That's good, that's good. Yeah, I don't think Walter will care. I think that's what she's trying to say now. Mika had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they exchanged almost as many words. Oh, wow. They didn't even really talk well enough to like know each other. Bye. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. The man was a stranger to her, and Mika's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Wait, so that her parents want her to like marry him? Were they happy for that, or did they just want to like not go broke? Mika had been dreading her visit to Augsburg well for over a month. Now that it had been terminated, she felt a preserved sort of relief. Whoa. Part of Mika had even begun to wonder, as she sat in her cell, whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some gold alongside all the bad. If they're going broke, I doubt the bandits will make money off them. But that, Mika chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? What do you mean? It was true enough that she may never see Walter Gerhardt again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. Yeah, you guys stated that already. But it was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought of such a thing? She's just thinking. She's been through a traumatic experience. I don't really think that's so bad to think of. It must, Mika thought grimly, be because I am a bad daughter. No, you're not! My mother was right. No, she's not. I am ungrateful. What do you mean? Perhaps this, then, is a punishment from God. I never appreciated them while they were alive, and now they are dead. How cruel and callous I am. Henny might have called Mika sweet, but Mika found this hard to believe. A lifetime beneath her mother's iron, implacable rule had taught Mika how to be submissive. Wow. So her mom taught her how to just be submissive. Why does a mom teach you this stuff then? Huh? Is the mom the same way? I don't like the mother. I hate royalty families. They're always so horrible to their children. After a lifetime beneath her mother's iron, implacable rule had taught Mika how to be submissive, but had not taught her sweetness. She smiled and simpered because it was expected of her, but late at night, when she could not sleep, she seethed. Mika had resented her parents. I mean, rightfully so, and Walter alongside them for a long time. But Henny did not know what was perturbing? What she was brewing? Poor thing. Henny must not have known Mika all that well after all. What do you mean? She's your maid! Of course she knows you. Or perhaps Mika thought with a shiver, it was she who had not truly known herself. Probably that. Mika and Henny had sat in their cell for what could have been minutes or hours or even days, whiling away the time. By God, there was so much time. With continued unending, incessant games of Joker. Mika's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly 12-1. Holy cow! Henny was better than Mika at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Mika was accustomed to losing, accept her failures with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games. And in any event, Mika had never cared for the jokers in Henny's deck. She preferred to be rid of them. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Nobody came to visit Henny and Mika in their cell, and the faint screams both women had heard, though Mika was staunchly determined to think it was as the wind, did not see fit to impinge upon their solitude. So there hasn't been any screams, does that mean? I think that's what that means. So there hasn't been any more screams. It was just that one time. Oh, sorry, I'm tired. So there hasn't been any more screams. It was just that one time. That's interesting. Like, what happened then? The sky beyond their prison cell, meanwhile, remained dark, like a bereaved widow, outfitted in mourning clothes. What? Just say grieving widow. I'm so these words. Dude, I feel so stupid. These words seem so big, so smart. I don't understand like half of them. The cold remained oppressive. The stone floor uncomfortable, and Mika found little in the way of relief, no matter how much she shifted. Mika had just begun to wonder in a detached way as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker whether they would ever meet their rescuer. She's not bored of it? Does she not want to try to get rest? Perhaps whoever has hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in this cell alone until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased. The squalid stone walls. The squalid? What does that mean? The squalled? That's not squalled. I can't read! I'm so confused, these words. Tumbled down about them. To crush their emancipated oh my god. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I feel like I'm dumb reading this. I feel extra dumb. This game makes me feel like I'm dumb. I swear. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell alone until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased, the squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emancipated corpses in the debris. But soon, so they expected someone to probably, or that they had locked them up just so they can pass away there? Dang, that's crazy. I hope not. I hope that's not the case. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all the interminable waiting, Miko found her hypothesis proved wrong. She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. The footsteps were soft enough at first that... I hear them! Then Miko wondered whether she had imagined them. But as the seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them. Goodness me. Henny fumbled with the cards, then threw them down, face up. Red hearts and black spades split across the stone. Can you hear that, Miko? Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming. Oh, excuse me, a burp. A rescuer from the woods, do you think? They could be our rescuer, yes, but maybe... Mika did not finish his thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar, and she shivered. She did not want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door. Excited as a puppy and wide-eyed, she appeared through the shadows. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. Don't do that! You can't! Don't do that! You're gonna make them mad! You've said that once before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they had plenty of chances to do it already, surely. That is true, but... Oh, the footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing too inside Mika's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They would mean salvation, if they were lucky, but Mika found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning, hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering, and sure enough... Well, would you look what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Mika's musing was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged quite obviously to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well bred. Dang, just call me out for not knowing how to read and sounding like a dingus game. Oh man, apparently I'm not well bred. Perhaps the rescuer too was a lady. I mean, didn't Henny say that she saw a woman take on those 3 men? A von such and such, as Mika was, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its very own dungeon, whereas most notably used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars. This family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Mika with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Oh! Mika could not help but gasp in surprise. Oh! It's her! It's the woman in the title screen. It's the vampire. Wait, so then how? Does she like her? Is that why she saved her? She looks so pompous! Or so smug, I guess. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cellar's door, was not at all what Mika had imagined. She was shorter than Mika had expected. Shorter than Mika herself, really. Who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significant older fiancé, and slender with it, her cheekbones, high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Oh! Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Mika could see dark rings similar to those she often spotted during the long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. Oh my god, she's so pretty! Wow! The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not worn, as most women did. In a what? In a chinon? I don't know what that says! But instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner which would have made Mika's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. Impropriety of it all. Oh my god. It's a pretty way she's wearing her hair. Why the heck would her mom be mad? The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking, not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, widely spaced and fringed with the most voluptuous of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Mika's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any of the other shades Mika had seen in the faces of her family servants, and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish? What? Church? I'm so confused. Her irises were instead bright red, so much so they bordered on the visceral. Huh? What does that mean? I feel like I have to ask what things mean so often. I'm sorry, I'm very dumb. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Mika's sliced cheek, which had now congealed and seemed full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Mika, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Mika knew instinctively as she gazed upon her that she should keep her distance if she could, but this only made her, conversely, even more enchanted. Oh my god, just having a bisexual panic moment! She could not look away from right? I called it. Oh my god, she's so pretty. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman, Henny shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about, Mika. The one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought it was unbelievable what I saw. But now I know it wasn't a dream. She was really real. She killed all those men. She's a monster. Okay, a monster? Wait a minute. She saved your life and you're gonna call her a monster? Oh my god. Mika murmured this under her breath, her expression one of perplexity. Had Henny delivered this indictment against any other, Mika would have thought her guilty of exaggeration. But she could believe such a claim easily enough when she leveled at this woman. The woman did not look as monstrous and... What? I'm sorry, I read that really confusing. This woman did not look as monsters did in fairy tales, with slobbering maws and sharpened claws, but her red eyes make Mika's blood run cold regardless. She was no ordinary woman, but perhaps that was to be expected. Nothing about the night's events had been ordinary. Oh, a monster, am I? Oh, she heard! She's not smiling anymore! The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and with a smile said, "You'll cut me to the what? You'll cut me to the quick, you humans do." Wait, what does that mean? They did figure you out? You are a monster? At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Oh. Okay, offended her. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests. But you could at least try to be polite. We told Henny to not make her mad. To not make the person that saved us mad, and I feel like Henny's making her mad. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be laying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition. Is she pouting? Oh my god, is she pouting? She's so cute. So you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know. Why did you save us, though, and how? I can't believe you brought us back here, wherever here is, on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only, but at last... I've not had any help for... well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? Henny gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind. I love her. Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket, then inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Oh, she's in here with us. Deftly, she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, oh my gosh, she does look kind of tiny. She's not that short compared to you though, girl. Once inside the cell, she turned to pull the door open and locked it anew. There, that ought to do it. It wouldn't be horribly tedious if you try to run from me. Oh! Wait, are they like the same height? Oh no, she's still taller than the maid. I would be able to catch... I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all of the fuss. It's such a hassle. Oh, the way she blinked that. Wow. With the door thusly secured, she placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. For that, Mika knew with a sinking feeling. Yeah, it was what she was. Yeah, now we realize we really are prisoners. Oh, wow. Mika had been Mika had been aware of her status upon walking in her dank prison cell, but the presence of the woman and of how very aloof she was made this abundantly clear. She had not been brought back to this woman's abode as an equal. She was at this woman's mercy, Von Essen or no, and Mika feared her family's prestigious title would have little sway here. The woman did not seem to look, not to seem what? The woman did not seem like one who cared for such things. She did not seem like one who cared for anything. Cared much for anything, really. Or even about anything. Her lips might have been curved into a coy smile, like one who had been dealt a particularly good hand in a card game. But her red eyes were hard and horribly empty. Meika could tell on an instinctual level that this woman was not one to be trifled with. Why, she might not have been a woman at all. Now, why are you looking at me like that? She looks surprised? Girl. She is actually, like, super pretty. The fact that she's, like, playing with them right now. The woman catching Meika's cowed expression pouted. Making me feel quite unwelcomed. What do you... She's so cute! I thought you would be relieved to see my face after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face. Oh my god, she got Riz! Wow! Really? She's so cute! This chastisement was familiar to Meika. Oh! What? She had heard it many times from her mother. While Meika had been trained to obey her mother without question, however, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her, reticence fell away and needled? Meika said, what I do with my face is my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business. My. She liked the sass! Ooh. The mysterious woman tittered? You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for quite the amusing plaything. Oh. Oh. But you'd be good. Oh, but though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is... What? Magdalena? Wow! That's such a fancy old name. Magdalena. Magdalena? Oh my god, I can't read. I can't read! Did I read it right, guys? Oh yeah, but you can call me Lena, or Lena. Magdalena? Maybe it's Magdalena. My name is Magdalena, but you may call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. Oh, yes it is, now I'm curious. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to? Oh. Were they horrible people? I am all that is left of their legacy. A fact I would very much love to rub in their faces. But alas, I never got the chance. It is very nice to meet you for the second time this night. She curtsied? Oh my god, I love her. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I am afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. Wait, what do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that exactly? Only that now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. What? But you brought us here! What? You should have just left us there! I mean, you already saved our life. You might as well just leave us there. Wow, with this lady. What the heck? Hey, monkey boy. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I had to yawn. Standard rice varieties cannot withstand stagnant flooding for more than about a week. Wait, really? But I thought they need to be in water. What? That's crazy. They can tolerate a week-long submergence. Oh. Oh! Certain rice can be submerged for as long as 2 weeks. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought they always had to be submerged in water. Dang. Being a rice farmer has to be tricky then. Henry stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear the air swelled with it. She looks terrified. What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum. Prisoners, though you may be, I would hate to keep you in suspense. And at this point, it matters not how much you know. You will not be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. Oh, her smile? You will not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker on in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, make a thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It did not take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic. It makes me wonder why they even bothered. They probably didn't know. What the heck? If they had any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans could be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their group back to my castle. That was the scream we heard! She was torturing them! He was in a bad way. And I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. Oh, she wants to drink our blood too. Okay. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. There was no respect in Magdalena's red irises for her pair of prisoners. Rather than sympathize with their plight, she instead seemed a little more than amused. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many had she similarly tortured? Similarly? You mean similarly? I don't understand the language in this game, and it's making my head hurt. I feel so dumb. Mika knew of at least one, besides herself and Henny. The bandit's leader. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. Wait, the way she smiled! Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. Oh my god, I love her! Oh, frag. If evil, why hot? Oh wait, I can toggle this now. If evil, why hot? Oh no! It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. Groveled at my feet. A grown man like that, who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence, he was a predator, stalking his prey through the woods, alongside his lackeys, and the next... Magdalena drew a hand across her neck, and an What equivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you perhaps happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. It was him that we heard. Penny gave a violent start at this, but said nothing sensible. Her mouth fell open, but only syllables came out, all broken up and interspaced. What? You? I? Oh! Oh goodness! Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit, a vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage. The driver and the horses too? They killed the horses too? Okay, that's a little extra. I'm glad. Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you, Magdalena, or however you pronounce your name. Thank you, Lena. Wow, they even mutilated the horses. What is wrong with people, man? The bandits are so weird. Nobody was spared their ravages, men nor beasts. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Oy. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another death like that doesn't seem right. Hey, it's good riddance. She took out the trash, quite literally. She took out the trash! I think that's good! Thank you, Magdalena! You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because this world... Magdalena began, but then paused, a momentary furrow capturing her white, smooth brow. Yeah, she's angry. But soon it straightened out, as though nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, the man got what he deserved, as did his compatriots. Yeah, right? Compatriots? I don't know. Yeah, compatriots. It's a great pains to ensure that. Oh! It took great pains to ensure that? What do you mean? Pains. Wouldn't it be like something that made her happy to do? Hello, Cass. Cliche D's. No. I paid that brigand. What? I paid that brigand. What the frick is this? Back twofold for what he did to you. Oh. So yeah, she's doing it. She really does a favor. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. Very so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had pretensions. What? Pretensions of greatness? Or of grandeur? I soon stripped him of those lofty delusions, however. Oh god, when she said stripped him of, I was like, she did not. Him just butt naked just to be like embarrassed by it. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken and you all bleed red. Girl, oh my gosh, she's having a lot of fun talking about all the gruesome details. See, that's gruesome details. What the maid said, just, oh, they were killed, oh, they were stabbed, that wasn't as bad as like, oh, I shattered every bone and the blood seeped from the wounds. Like, hello? That seems more gruesome. That man was a... Oh, yeah. I'll admit who deserved... Oh, who deserved the hangman noose? But that's for a court of law to decide, not you. It's so confusing when some of these lines have the same start, but completely different finish. It's a little confusing. I thought I was reading the same line again. Oh, when did she say it then? Because I thought I was rereading that same line. What you did isn't justice, it's barbaric. What do you mean? Okay, you know what? It kind of is. She broke his bones and let him ooze. Okay. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. We gave you the right to kill him anyway. Hello, Henny! She was protecting you guys! She was taking out the filth. Honestly, all criminals should be dealt with the same. I feel like there are select criminals out there that should get the same penalties as they did to the people that they've done wrong to. Because some of the things these criminals do is like mind-boggling, because it's like, you are not human to be doing that to someone. Like, what? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. We were running for our life. His life was already forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but I have no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so if he truly existed. Right! That's so real! That's so real. Oh my god, I love her so much. That's so real. If you truly cared about your beings, you wouldn't treat them as trash. So many of us are treated like trash. I hate it. Sometimes I do wonder. So, do you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far, far worse than that in my time. The morals of your good sententious churchgoers do not apply to me. I am not one. Oh yeah, I am not of your kind. That is true. She has stated this before. Sorry. I don't know why I feel so tired all of a sudden. I was fine all day. I am a drinker of blood who walks the nights. Oh, okay, she just outright tells us. I've been alive for over a century, though my life is very different from yours and your mistress's. Excuse me. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I've no desire to understand you either. You don't need this sentence if you said, and neither do I want you to. Oh, to understand her. Never mind. But no desire to understand you either. Never mind, I understand. I swear to God, this is written so I'm so confused. I'm so confused on how this stuff is written. I feel like such a dingus. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand it, but like, I'm so dumb. I don't really get it. It would be no point. We are much too different. A drinker of blood? But that would make you a vampire. It was Meika who offered forth this label after Henny's voice faltered. Meika was an ardent devourer of books. Oh, she's a bookworm. And she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen, who thought that Meika, as a well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all. What? Why? Ugh, that's so stupid. You're a woman, you're not allowed to read. I hate that. I mean, I have trouble reading enough as is. This is why we need to learn how to read! It will only excite your mind, dear. That's good! But should instead busy herself with embroidery. Lame, that sounds so boring. Actually, embroidery sounds fun. I want to listen to a good audiobook while I do embroidery. Meika, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles. And she found herself returning to stories time and time again, whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Meika had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories, full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Meika knew, from her reading, that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shun the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and suppled upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Meika thought, in an oddly detached manner that did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena, I think it is. Magdalena when first their eyes had met. Meika's blue, Magdalena's shocking scarlet. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. Also her skin and her hair, yes, and her eyes, true, true. It all made sense, at least it would have, had Mika been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, Mika reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Megan might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all skins? Skeins? Skins of fiction. What does that mean? I feel so stupid asking what does that mean every like I'm sorry. I don't understand. This game has big words. I don't know. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. Figments of fancy? Fancy! I'm sorry. Though Magdalena was real, undoubtedly so. Unless Mika thought striking her head had aided her. An unsettling thought she was. Mika did not take her for a liar. Her confession had sounded quite sincere. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory. That and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs. Wow! Well, on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no, quibbles with you. I am not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half, too nice for my own good cause. Wait, what? My own good cause? Why was there a pause for cause? You have been awfully sincere with me, the both of you. But I've only ever been polite. True. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of, brigands is one thing. But I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. Wait, but I thought you drank maiden blood. I cannot allow any who have wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with you, but... Magdalena's red eyes found Mika's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded, and once more her brow furrowed. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. Oh! Yeah, she's a young lady! She's a little lady. She's a little lady. Magdalena delivered this judgment softly, but something dark seemed to throb beneath her words, something sinister. I can tell from your clothes, dirtied though they are, that you were from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing. Yes, even the way you look at me. The fact that she also has a maid with her. Hello? It all suggests that you are, in fact, a lady. Would I be correct in this assessment? Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it is not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century, and I have no desire to invite half of Augsburg, constabulary into my home. Constabulary? Like, the guards? The soldiers? The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they do not care much for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it? No! Don't touch her! Don't touch her, you can't have her, don't touch her, she's mine, don't touch her! No, not Henny! Magdalena looked to Henny. Now her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? Is it not a bad trade, is it? Her life for yours? Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be in... Goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 to 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended into the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words. Meika could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly. What? You are not thinking about it, Meika. At the prospect of escaping the cell, okay, of just that. Actually, no, that's not even good. Because you're sacrificing your best friend that you called her your best friend. You can't do this to her. But Meika could take no real pleasure in it. Not when it came to the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Meika knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already from a bandit's blade. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. So like a no-brainer, yeah, don't leave her now. Don't do it. Meika turned this over in her mind. Wearing her teeth with her lower lip when... No! No! Please tell me our first choice is to say whether or not... Oh my god, we're gonna get abandoned. If it is. Well, if my life is all you're after... No! Henny reached out, taking Meika's hands between her own, then said, what else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me, don't you agree, Meika? What? Meika stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending. Surely you don't mean that. You're not alright with this, are you, Henny? Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I've got to do to save your life, Meika, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny tried to sound brave, but Meika could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Yeah, but she was torturing the man. I don't think she's gonna torture Henny. I think she's just gonna straight up save Henny to, like, suck blood from every so often. I don't think she's gonna just straight up torture Henny. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Meika could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Meika knew Henny wished only for the best for her. No. Meika spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breasts. I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No! You can't mean that, Meika. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know, I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me, ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum? And my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? Oh, so she really did do that? I thought they were just giving an example. Oh, man. But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you, despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected, too. Didn't it, just? Faintly Meika smiled. Dire though their situation was, happy to share this memory, though it wasn't at all fun with Henny. Oh my god! Stop! I don't want to sacrifice Henny! For all she knew, it might very well have been her last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Shut up! Meika knew not what the future held, but Lady Von Essen, am I pronouncing that right? Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never seen anything like it. Oh yeah, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. So her mom was so angry. Where is the freaking... Are they sitting... They just sat on the floor to talk about this? Because this is the bed. Oh wait, I guess that's true. Wait, no, they weren't both on the ground. Weren't they, like, standing, talking to the... Magdalena? I recall that she struck you. Oh! Dang, and her mother beat her? What the frick? And then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes. Oh my god, she gave her tinnitus. God, yes, poor hen. Felt awful about it at the time. Really, I did. I don't care about the punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you done... Aw, but you done nothing wrong. You've been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I listened to you, we would have avoided the wet furrier altogether. But I was still reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I've dragged you into all sorts of messes before, Henny, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. No. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. But Meika, I like it when you rely on me. Please feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No! No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past that I repaid you. Yeah! By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want. Wait, what? Meika, please. Wait, what? You offered first! Wait, why is she now trying to beg, saying that we shouldn't do it? Did she not... Wait, chat, I'm not going crazy, right? I wish there was a logs. There's no log option. It's just title, option, save, skip, auto, and back. I wish there was a logs option, because she literally said, oh, let me be the sacrifice. And now she's saying, by offering, she's talking about Meika offering herself up, not as Henny offering her. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm dumb. This game makes me feel so stupid to the point where I genuinely just feel so, like, I feel extra dumb. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead, that isn't what I want. Meika, please. Henny stared at her mistress, her expression entreating. What does entreating mean? I love you, but you're actually like a crazy woman. You're the crazy woman! And you are the pinnacle of rationality. Are you, considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all of this. Of course I have not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Magdalena? Yes. Magdalena looked between the two women, a coy smile playing about her lips. Have you quite finished your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to feel rather left out. She's so sassy. My apologies. I will endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Meika dipped her head in a gesture of esteem. No, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Meika knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Meika was to save Henny, she would be obliged to begin and bow and a scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Meika's means. Even though she was a lady, she was no stranger to scraping either. Scrapping? Scrapping either? Scraping? I don't know. Having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. Oh, so she didn't even want to get married either. Yeah, see, I knew it. It was just for the money as well. It's like Corpse Bride. How Victor and Victoria did it. At first they were like, I don't want to marry them. I don't even know them. You can't make me do it. Oh man. She had failed on that score, but she did not intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would indeed be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I am not a lady, you see, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Girl, she's trying to lie her way out of it so that way her maid can go free and she could stay. Wait, I know sometimes the ladies and the maids like swap places sometimes. I thought she was gonna say like, oh, because my family's actually poor, so we're not really royalty or something. No, why is she gonna go this route? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then you mean to say you are the maid and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress? That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one. But that was part of Lord and Lady von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often have me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique? Henriette? Probably Henrietta. Right? I don't know! Dresses as a maid. It is a means of subterfuge so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a truly desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady. What? Mako, that's... Henny began? 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 Is that a typo? But Mako cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, despite the chill which infused the air, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Henrietta? Lady Henrietta. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing anything. Is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he is a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawn of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you? Magdalena pondered Maka's tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Maka stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. It was patently unbelievable. All this Maka knew, but she need not convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until... Oh, very well. That is how it is, and I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrietta. Here, Magdalena dropped another, effusive curtsy? If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? She just ripped on her earlier, now she's saying that she's fair and fine? Oh, you backpedaled real easy, huh? Wow! Wow, sorry. I'm trying to eat. My throat is really hurting. Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrietta's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to act as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It is quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now come along, Lady Henrietta. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Mega, no! Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight about her waist. Mega, please stop this. Tell her the truth. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Abashed, Mega dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from the prison cell they had both inhabited. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much. She saved her life! What do you mean, betrayal? This is how it has to be. Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scuppered it up. I don't understand you at all, Meika. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me? Magdalena, please. Henny stared at Magdalena all while trying and failing, and dug her heels into the stone floor of her cell. Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, nor with her fancy, proper way of talking. Excuse me. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude? You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrietta. Your fiancé wouldn't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Oh. She's making fun of her! Sorry, my throat is killing me. I finished my tea. Dang it, I need more. Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache. But Meika, I can't leave her, let me go. Henny cried anew, squirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, in fact, it seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed. Oh, is she gonna crack her back or something? Because she's holding her around like the waist, right? Oh no. I don't like this. Ow! Henny's cries echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit leader during his final moments. Magdalena had not made Henny bled, at least. She was gripping her waist so tightly, Meika feared she might snap it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking! Magdalena had strength enough. Or so Meika had been led to believe, to best even a fully grown man. Henny, who was short and dumpy... Short and dumpy? What does that mean? Could put a little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Meika would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This is what Meika had wanted, when she had spun her, frankly, untenable story. So why, then, did she feel so guilty? Let go of me! Let go, I say! Meika, please! Henny continued to protest while Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed, anew with the metallic thud. And then Meika was left, sitting upon the ground, as she had been 1 hour hence when she had woken, pale-faced and trembling and all alone. Oh my, when is this gonna end? I don't like being stuck in the cell for 3 hours! Oh my god! Time passed at an agonizingly slow pace. Yeah, no kidding. As Meika sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Oh my god, demure! Did they add that on purpose? So demure, very mindful, very demure. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly She had not been offered the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Yeah, I was gonna say, she can, like, play card games on her own? Now, these cards were strewn upon the floor, upturned red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal-black clubs. Mako caught the eyes of a nearby joker. His lips pulled into a garish smile and shivered. Paranoid though she knew it was, it felt as though the card was mocking her. Mako reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card and flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think either about how Henny was doing or how she was feeling. And she certainly did not want to think of her own future. What if Henny actually does make it out alive? And she goes to the guy to make us, like, fiance's place and tells him what happened. Do you think maybe she'll be saved? It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet... Wait. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet... Though Mako tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of the untroubled lake. Sinister queries? Sharp-toothed like eels. Writhe just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Does she mean to kill Mako quickly, or would she make her suffer first? I don't think she'll make her suffer. The only reason why she made those guys suffer first and make the leader scream bloody murder is because, well, yeah, they were too brutal. So she was like, ew, you guys are just animals, I'll treat you like an animal. So she tortured them. I don't think she's gonna treat her in any way that she did to those men. Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits later. But she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Yeah. And she meant it. Mako could only hope if Magdalena did mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night. No, for one lifetime. Mako, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. She imagined how Magdalena might kill her. A blade to her throat, perhaps? Poison? Drowning? Strangulation? She's not gonna poison you. She drinks blood. If anything, she'll bleed you dry. She felt her skin icy cold now, ripple with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. She wanted to live. Mako had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. Her mom is such a jerk! She had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Mako had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. Oh my god, real. She was not supposed to think for herself. Yep, let alone stand up for herself. Yeah. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady, I'm sorry. I can't read, I'm sorry. Mako had endured 25 years as such. That's not old! Living only to please her parents, and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé, and it had not felt like living. The only times Mako felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Mako was 25, almost 26, that's still not old, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How, then, was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Mako going through her dreary days kept indoors. She had preserved, not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited. She had always been sure, beyond the horizon. Oh my god, my soft palate's starting to hurt now because I was drinking warm liquid. Okay, so I think when I'm reading stuff for streams, I need to drink, cold liquids. Yes, the opposite, actually. I think I need to drink cold liquids when I do reading streams. because my soft palate was agitated from the last time I had COVID. So I think I ruined my throat. Ugh. I might have to grab another water bottle too, because I forgot to earlier, and this one's almost empty. Now Mako feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it would truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings were stories and nothing more. She had been born trapped, and she would die thus. The only difference was, it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. It was a pitiful way to bring her life to its denouement? Denouement? Sorry, some random pop-up prevented me from clicking away. That was weird. Had her 25 years thus far been a story, Mako thought bitterly, it would have been a hopelessly dull one, full of endless waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live, waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states really, when all was said and done? There's no point in crying about it. Mako muttered this under her breath in the dark, for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live, even if Magdalena did set me free. Would have to return to Herr Gerhard, and we would wed. And then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a cosseted wife? I don't know what these words mean, man. And the fact that she couldn't even mourn her parents' death? Would he have gone to get her parents for her so to have a proper burial? Is that any better, really? It would be, Mako mused. Nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on a little jaunts for his housebound, bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Mako had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. Real! Sorry. She had nothing left to lose. There was no sense in being sad, not really, but Mako wiped her eyes with the back of her right arm and felt an alarming dampness against her skin. She had not expected that, but perhaps she ought to. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Isn't it true that your heart actually does break? Like your heartstrings actually breaks? It's true, I think, so like, dang. Poor thing's been through the ringer in just the one single night alone. Why am I crying? Mako brought her knees beneath her chin once more, and drawing her arms about her legs, tried to curb her tears. The minutes continued to pass by, each more intolerable than the one which had preceded it, until at last Mako was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal. Scraping seal? Squeal! Scraping squeal! And once more Magdalena entered Mako's cell. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fares you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait. Oh, never mind about me. How about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me, your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you seem to only care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall devour to allay your worries? I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Now, why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I, but oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own. It remains to be seen. I set her free, yes, but there's no guarantee she will be able to find her way to Augsburg, not in the dark with all this fog. She didn't even give her, like, a horse to ride? Nothing? These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is far teeming with wolves. Did you know that? Wolves? Oh yes, this forest is just as much their territory as it is mine. They often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only things fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she would emerge from this trail unscathed. Okay, so like, she didn't want a lady to be like in her house because people would come and search for her, right? So she would rather, oh, the lady could die out there in the woods where they will find her corpse, and then she wouldn't have to worry about like getting caught or anything by other people. Oh my god, she's so twisted. Holy crap. Wow. Let us hope that she'll be alright, shall we? Mika said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, writhed in ephemeral fog. How far away was Augsburg? Mika did not know. She had lost all sense, not only of time, but of space. The world seemed to have shrunk until it encompassed naught but her and her cell. Being imprisoned in Magdalena's abode would spell certain death, as it had for the leader of the bandits, but Henny was not yet out of the woods, literally and metaphorically speaking. There we go, metaphoric! Oh my god, the metaphors in this game are so confusing. That's the word I was looking for, by the way. Metaphors! Oh my god, this game uses such big words that I'm so confused so often. And I'm stupid. I'm genuinely serious when I say I was not educated well. So this game makes me feel so dumb. I'm so lost. I don't understand a lot of words that they use. Oh my god, sorry, I grabbed my water bottle. I'm like so confused by this game's wording. Oh, okay. I wonder how much longer I have. I wonder how long the demo is. Can I Google that? I don't think so. I don't know how long the game is. I feel like because I'm struggling to read it that I'm taking twice as long as other people do. Because I'm seeing videos last an hour, seeing videos last 6 hours. Oh man. Oh, excuse me. Being imprisoned in Magdalena's abode would spell certain death, as it had for the leader of the bandits, but Henny was not yet out of the woods, literally and metaphorically speaking, yes. She could still meet with disaster during her attempt escaped. Yeah, exactly! So it didn't even matter if they, like, died here. She probably would have been okay with them dying out there. So that was probably a bad choice to do, to be honest. Where are the choices at? Visual novels usually have choices, and lots of them. So I'm a little confused as to why there's 0 choices in this so far. Like, we've just been reading. I know this is a visual novel, so, like, obviously you have to read a lot. But, like I said, you usually get a ton of choices in the matter. But, like, we got nothing. This could have been, like, a bad end if we went out instead of, the maid. But there's no bad end. Or at least I don't think there's a bad end. It's very confusing to me. Mika saw Henny backed against a copse of trees. Their branches slender, sinister as a pack of hungry wolves. Oh, don't think about that! Bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in abundance, if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. But didn't she let her win because she always gave her the Joker card? Because she didn't like it? She had always been better at cards than Meika. Excuse me. Now, enough about Lady Henrietta. Henrietta. I don't know how to pronounce that. She is no longer my captive, and, as such, is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. To me? Yes, indeed. I've designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. Oh, do you just want us to be your servant? I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then, you mean... Meika pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare. Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood? She's asking. Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are. It is not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you meant to kill me, that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant. But what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Meika. That was because of the cold. That's because of the cold! Yeah, she's cold. And not because of your fright. I was able to protect my dear friend. I have nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life? I've never been afraid. I've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. Ah, yes. That is the fate, or so I have heard, of being a servant, you poor dear. Wait, she's actually sad. Wait, well, she was actually gonna help the maid out. So maybe this would have been a good end for her. Magdalena's red eyes softened. For a moment, Meika wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy from her captive's fair face. Wait, maybe not. Maybe that wasn't a real emotion, because now she's normal face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded, replaced instead with a weird smile. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I cannot comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain your blood in due course, but I have no desire to do so now. Yeah, I was gonna say, she just had bandits. I think she's good for a while. The bandits I encountered earlier made for a more than satisfactory meal. I'm so glutted. I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then you mean to draw this farce out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. True. Your blood would taste sweeter, I am sure, than a bandit's. But that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Oh! Oh! Though it was Meika's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. She's liking this! Meika, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks. She's blushing! Despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel, she wondered, when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed... now she's getting concerned. This woman's over here fantasizing about another woman sucking her blood off her neck. Oh my god. She supposed she would feel a prickling sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold, staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be no use to anybody. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer you to do so while your body is still warm. What? Meika looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess... Wait, the music is more... The music got a lot softer. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days, yet I fear, until I have further need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measurement of comfort. How unexpected. I didn't know that you were so gracious. I can be. I've hidden my depths, you see. Much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, dear friend. Poor dear! You and I could almost be sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens. Not even the fairest in all the land. Now please follow me. I doubt you have any real wish to stay here. Languishing? Excuse me. Unless you mean to make for a further martyr of yourself. No, Mika bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Mika had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog, racked with shivers. If that is what you want from me, then I have no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are. Biddable? What are these words? Is it just like old-timey words or something? Like, I'm so confused with like the language and stuff of this game. It seems very confusing. I'm very confuzzled. Very. The words which come from your mouth may be stubborn, but it seems you've experienced when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Oh man, it's working, it's working. What would she do if she finds out that we're not really... I'd imagine she probably did realize that we're not really a maid, but... I don't know. Ah yes, so you did. That would explain your servility? Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so that I would... I want to be bidden to carry you? But this is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? Please lead the way. Mika dropped Magdalena a curtsy at this time, taking her dirtied skirts between her fingers, the pads of which turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. She's so cute! Then turned upon her heel after bidding Mika to follow. Did you hear my mom? My mom's screaming she wants to mop the house because she wants to put up the Christmas tree already. Naturally, Mika obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Yeah. Magdalena led Mika down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Mika and Henny had been imprisoned in. Mika tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her and she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rust, torture, instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies? Yeah! But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Mika could scarce see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Mika supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. Yeah. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Wait, this sounds familiar, this music. Oh no! The music change. Magdalena eventually brought Meika to the foot of a staircase which led up from her subterranean cells. Careful, Magdalena cautioned Meika before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Meika been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her cheerleader fuss over her, so a broken neck would not seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. What does that mean? Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Meika felt little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She had recognized the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vague. Her mouth felt hewn into a permanent line as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Meika cleared the final step of the twisting staircase, to emerge in a spacious hallway with arched windows and candles flickering upon the stone walls in what? In sconces? The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rotten ruin. Its heyday long since passed. So she's actually just gonna have us be her maid, so we're gonna have to clean this stuff, probably? The air in the ground floor smelled almost as rank as in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Meika could feel it in the air when she inhaled. Ooh. Oh, that's the worst! The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily and unpleasantly upon her tongue. Gross! Meika swallowed, hoping to avoid her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say with a wearily amused smile, "Bless you." Thank you, Meika replied, abashed, and then, "I thought you did not care for God or his teachings." "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know. For a vampire, I'm usually sensitive." She's so silly. Really, Meika thought. As she canvassed the disused, dusty hallways, she would be more appreciative if Magdalena would let her go. But that did not seem to be high upon Magdalena's list of priorities. Perhaps it would be for the best if she let go of such unfounded optimism. That would lead only to disappointment, and Meika had gorged herself on more than her fair share of that already. Mute with fatigue, Meika followed Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck. It stuck for a few moments as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous, Meika had to crane her neck to see. Ooh! An ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, though it felt more like a chamber, which rose to the floor above it. The banisters carved with fronds of ivy and bunches of grapes. This looks pretty. So like this staircase that branches off of, right? This Meika supposed must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle? Well, yeah, a castle with a freaking dungeon? I'd imagine it'd be a castle. She is of royalty as well, technically, just centuries old. That's why there's so much dust everywhere. Could it really be a castle? It was larger even than Meika's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within the scenery of spoiled to luxury, Meika felt smaller than ever before. A wooden doll, rather than a grown woman, rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall bore a wine-red carpet and stone walls, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. Aww. The dust was so profuse that it made Mika's eyes water. Oh god! How is this vampire living in such a dusty home? Does she not breathe? Maybe not, she's dead. Oh my god, I'm so dumb, I'm sorry. The dust was so profuse that it made Mika's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut. And Mika doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. That's true, if she hasn't been maintaining the house... excuse me, I doubt she's like been maintaining the piano even. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Mika craned her neck upward, she could see, even in the dark, that it was festooned with spider webs. Gross. The house might have been grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed a wonder, really, that it still stood, when clearly it was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Mika spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air. Perhaps you ought to see to hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit. Mika brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase, then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust. This. Ew! Does she not grab the rails when she goes upstairs? I'm accident prone, so I have to do that. Oh? Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Mika and smiled. Are you judging my home, Mika? I would never presume to be rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all. If it were less of a pile. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head. You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please judge away to your heart's content. I've never been much of a fan of this place, really. Its scale is too grandiose? Yeah, right, grandiose, even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this castle built. Had more money than sense, I'm afraid, and absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money, and means, he will often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little to the decisions of a great man, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense. She's just ripping on her own family. I can believe that. My own father. My master, rather. Oh! She almost, like, swooped up. Mika's face flushed as this gap. The tips of her ears turning pink. Half filled my own resonance with pointless baubles? Baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something. Then it seems we have something at least in common. I found this place dismal, even when my family was alive. And we had a reign of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts, but they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now my family is dead, and all our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean, and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. I'd imagine so. Even taking it day by day seems like it'd probably take a month to clean this entire house. I would not want to do that. Oh my god. My attempts at cleaning have, over the last half a century, fallen quite by the wayside. I hope you can forgive my Slovenliness? Oh no, it's fine, I understand. You're too kind. She just judged you! What do you mean you're too kind? Magdalena's red eyes softened. Sorry. As they laid back in the dungeon. Oh, as they had back in the dungeon. With something akin to sympathy, yeah. But therefore, Mika could ponder this. Her jailer turned. What? Well, before Mika could ponder this, her jailer had turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It is most inconsiderate of me, when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. You've not long to go now. Mika followed behind Magdalena as a puppet might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and of a bed. It was as Magdalena said. She really did feel tired. Yeah, she's been through the ringer. She ran through the freaking woods. She had tripped. I'd imagine she's, like, definitely just dead. Oh my god, excuse me. I wonder how long this game is. Hold on, I'm trying to find, like, a good... Excuse me. I don't know, I think this game might be like 4 hours long, give or take. So we might be done, almost done. We're what? 3 hours? Okay, I need water. my soft palate is like, I feel pins and needles in the back of my throat. The back of my mouth, not even my throat. My throat's fine, by the way. It's my soft palate is really hurting me. I need cold water. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna grab water. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I need this if I'm gonna finish the game, you know? Can I, I'm gonna save again. I'll save here. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm back. Hi. Hi. I'm sorry. I hope you guys stretch your legs too. And potty. I had to potty real fast. Oh, my throat. Okay, I feel better now. It's not as prickly pain. Excuse me. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Honestly, if you try to go to sleep and you're cold, it's so hard. That was me. What was it, like two weeks ago? Last week? When it was like that super cold day after all the hot days? It was so hard to sleep because I was freezing. Oh, excuse me. I had to use 2 thick blankets. And then I was like sweaty, so I had to like only sleep in 1. Anything would have been better than this stone floor upon which she had been laying. She had been laying? Lying? Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which... Oh, she had been lying. Yeah, that's true. Mika yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand fingertips, still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh? But half asleep though she was, Mika's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Mika had heard in the dungeon. I think I heard it, the scream. It was a scream, or was it... You can vaguely hear it! It sounds like a bird. Ah. Ooh, I never noticed that! Was there a scream earlier then? The guttural one? You hear that? Oh, it sounds like a bird screeching, actually. Sorry. This sounds like it's loud now. I'm sorry. Mika was unsure. The sound, the scream, was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit from the ground, under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? What if it's Henny? Oh my god, what if she kept Henny inside? Was it another captive, kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Magdalena? Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I would rather you use a nickname, as you did with your mistress. Oh god, I have to sneeze! It hasn't come out yet. Oh, I want to make sure I mute in time. My nose. Oh god, this music is freaky. The violins. Oh god, my throat, I'm sorry. Ah. Yeah, cold water helps more than hot water. Now we know. No more tea, just bring cold water. Okay, Mika wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena was not half so close, so as to allow the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter, really, how she addressed Magdalena, when soon she would be dead? Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? What noise? You didn't hear it? She heard it! There's no way! Mika stared at Magdalena with expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear it sounded just like a scream. A scream, Why is she angry? Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode. When I'm attending to a prisoner. Mika shivered. But there is nobody in these walls now, save me and you. Nobody living, at least. Shh. Whoa. Nobody living, at least? So ghosts! The deceased ghosts of her past, Oh. Then it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Her smile? I love Lena. She's cute. Oh my god. Oh. Mika pressed a hand to her own throat as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust, it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus. If that is what you are wondering, I am a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. Oh, she's so honest. She is quite, well, she's not necessarily alright, but she is away from me, and from my home, and there is a possibility she may live to see another dawn. Then who screamed? What was that sound? It must have been your imagination. That probably was a bird. Honestly, it sounds like a crow screeching, or an owl or something. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation. Didn't feel like a dream, though. No? Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her ladylike bearing. She just... Wow. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very draughty in here. Ooh, I love when her eyes are closed. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty! She's so pretty! Oh man! So if evil, why hot? If evil, why hot? Answer me that. Is that all? That is all it could be. Unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak. Ghosts? Maybe. Mayhaps ghost, I said. Mayhaps the ghost. Ghost. Boo. Magdalena's red eyes bore into Mika's, so intense Mika feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Mika glanced away. She could not stare into those red eyes for too long without shivering. No, I wasn't suggesting that. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat. Oh! But I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. Okay. Why do I feel like now it's easier to read words? Did they like get tired of being so fancy in the beginning of the game that now now the words are easier to read? I'm so confused. Help me. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy for realizing this. I don't know. I'm sorry. I might just be dumb. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best. Oh, never mind. I lied. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once. I have swooned like 6 times. Which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from the lack of sleep. If we continue to tarry? Let us be off, or we shall never make it to our destination. Mika nodded, then followed along her hostess, anew. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. Mika had heard, during the course of the night, all kinds of cries born from human misery, and she thought she knew enough now to distinguish such sounds from the howling of the wind. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Meika was certain that sound had belonged to a person. But why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Oh. Here we are, home sweet home. So? Oh, sorry. Oh my god! There's finally light so we can see them both! Oh my god! Her hair's not curly, you lie! Her hair is wavy! Oh my god, she is so much shorter than she is. Oh my god, the size diff? She's like a... She's a forehead length for her. Oh man! Isn't it usually like the dominant woman's taller than the other woman? It's crazy. Dominant woman's shorter. Wow. She's so pretty. They're both so pretty, man. Poor thing. Oh, that's not a scrape on her cheek. That's like her hair. It's just her forehead and then her cheek up there. Oh god, yeah, her dress is full of splatters. It's all broken up. Wait, she's not a woman of God, but she's wearing a cross? What? I just realized that. Magdalena looked at Meika, an amused, almost roguish smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Ooh. Meika examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark. Given the lateness of the hour, lit only by a pair of candles at either side of the bed. This is a pretty well-lit room for 2 candles! Meika could see, however, it was every bit as, derelict. It's very dusty. It was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home. What does that mean? Like lowly lit, or just as dirty? And even if she had not been able to see it, she would have smelled it. Okay, so just as dirty. Yeah, it's so dusty. The white walls are like gray. Cushions are gray. Everything. There's spider webs up there. And along the bed. Oh, heck no. And in the bed. Oh, no, man. Nah, I'm not going to bed in this. No. The air was fusty. I've never heard that term. As though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it almost likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, that Meika could make out in the flickering candlelight was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were wholly with age and with insects. Ugh. It was the carpet, as was the carpet upon the floor. Gross! She just let bugs take over her house? It was a sad room, really. Ignorant of human occupation for years. But it was still a superior set of lodgings to use in which Meika had awoken. At least this room had a bed. A 4-poster one, no less. What does that mean? Like the one at Meika's home, with a mattress and sheets, upon which Meika could rest her weary limbs. Gosh, you better shake off that bed well. You're gonna get friggin' bit by spiders. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Meika possessed nothing to store in it. Yeah. Save the clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing. Oh, really? That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. And a chamber pot for more delicate business underneath. Oh, is that what that is? I thought that was like a teapot or something. That's to go pee or poop in? Ew. I don't think you'd poop in it, to be honest. Well, I don't know. That's gross. I'd rather not think about it, to be honest. Gross. The pot... Oh, this pot was thankfully far cleaner than the one Meika had found in the dungeon. So white and spotless she imagined it unused. Probably it is a guest room. The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Meika could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view, even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it was not as warm either. But it was not warm either. Oh my god, I can't read. I'm sorry, I'm trying. The wind crept in through fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the two lit candles. To toy, too, with Mika's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Huh? Oh, because she's not speaking. I was like, what? Magdalena, needled Mika, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. Ooh, she's hitting on us again! Wow. I only want your blood, not your body. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I beg your pardon? Mika blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. What designs are you speaking of? What a weird way to say thoughts. I swear to God. You cannot tell? I'm sure I have no idea. Oh, her little smile! I'm sure I have no idea. Yeah, she's a very innocent woman. I doubt she realizes that you mean, yes. Sure, I have no idea. None whatsoever? None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. Goodness me. She turned shocked. Magdalena rolled her eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you are being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. She is! Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this? Oh, my mother did not know. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although... Mika frowned. I don't think that I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells of the grave. Tut tut. Magdalena clicked her tongue. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. But you were That is rude, but she was understanding of it and even poked fun, too. And now she's like, now you're just being rude? Here I am trying to be a good hostess and throw my kindness. And you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either, you told me. Touché, yeah. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them, it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. The frick does that mean? Keep them all clean? Knowledge of them? I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into my dungeon. True. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. Yeah. No, I understand. It's understandable. I hope you can forgive all of the dust and the general disuse? Okay, I thought it said disease for a second, and I was like, no. Oh, I've more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. She's smiling. Maybe I do. But not right now. Oh my god, are they both joking with each other? I'm too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Mika let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive. Pensive? How do you pronounce that? Is it pensive or pensive? Because I've seen it pronounced both ways, and I'm always so confused by that. I think it's pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you'd no designs on my innocence? Dear me, I thought perhaps you were joking. But I can see that you are in no fit state for it. Oh. Are they joking about having sex with each other right now? Oh my god, what? I don't tell jokes. I have little to laugh about. And you have even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. I love when she does this face. Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, true, regardless of your surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions, of that you can be assured. Mika thought of her governess's explanation of sex and of Walter's explanations come their wedding night and flushed. Walter! Oh my god! I'm glad we're not going out there and marrying him anymore. Mads literally is just like, oh my god, I'm finally gonna have a wife here. We're gonna have sex on our wedding night. What the frick? Why would you tell the woman you've been engaged to? You need to make her like you at least. That is... He's so creepy! Wait, does she actually blush? Oh, she does! Oh, she's so cute. Oh my gosh, she has a blushing sprite. Oh my god, look at her face. Wait, does her nose blush too? Oh my god, her nose blushes too. Oh, she's so cute. The governesses, like her mom? If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch at the in their tight constricting gloves. Making her blush got her excited. Oh my god! I don't understand. Mika said after a pause, feeling, for all her reading, quite ignorant and unworldly. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible. Watch her teach you. You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it. This girl, it went through one ear and out the other, over her head. Oh my god, you don't need to make a baby to do that. You could do that for fun. You don't need to make a baby every time. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others... Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. Oh, you're so very innocent, it hurts! I'm sorry! Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know of such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. Oh, what? Mika had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament. Oh, but she understood well enough what she meant by this. Why would you call me that? I already told you, I'm not a lady, I am Lady Henrika's faithful servant, yes, you did say. And that is true, she is the lady, not I. You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, in the cells. You were so, fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least, you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress. What? Oh, don't what me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I would fail to notice all your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid. Not even a lady's maid. And not even that, like her maid was even screaming, "You're lying, she's lying." And the fact that her maid doesn't even speak proper English either. Like, come on. It was so obvious that you failed that. You were that sumptuous to- You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily, dirty though it is, and your bearing is definitely regal. What? Like her stance? What bearings? Yeah, right? Like her stance? The way she holds herself? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I feel so dumb. I feel so dumb and I always have to like apologize and like explain myself. I'm sorry, I'm trying. Genuinely struggling. You can never hope to pass as a common serving girl. Not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then... Mika sunk down on the bed. Ew! Clean it first! It has dust and webs and bugs! Gross. Which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew from the beginning I was lying? Indeed I did. It was very obvious. It was. I could tell you've no practice in deceit. Mika dear. You're much too sweet for it. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Her Gerhard? Her Gerhard. Is this really the guy's name, or they mean like heir? Like heir of the throne? Heir Gerhard wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared. But he will surely come looking for me. Herr Gerhard, is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you did not refer to him by his Christian name? That is... She blushed. Dear me, you mustn't be very close to that man if you address him in so distant a manner. Why you make him sound like a stranger? Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice, my parents. Oh my god, she's so concerned. Ah yes, it was silly of me to ask. That is how it always goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. He... make us swallowed. Tasting dust on her tongue, gross. He is an important businessman. He takes exact care over his investments. Or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me too. I am a Von Essen after all. Am I pronouncing that right? A Von Essen? There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So that is how he regards you, as a profitable purchase? Oh my god, she's so mad. Cannot say. After all, I hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is. Not entirely inaccurate, no. What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you would be wretched, whether you were in my castle or out of it. You would be wretched? Maybe? Particularly if the latter would entail being by this heir Gerard's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here? Mika did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Why? She helped you. She saved your life. Oh my god, my throat. Wah! Sorry. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me. Oh my god, yeah, so you're gonna kill him? But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh yes, good memory. She has to be joking, what do you mean? It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all of your, what? Faculties? Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well... Oh, excuse me, that needn't concern you. Wait, yeah, huh? Because why did you leave the maid? I swear to god, it's probably just because she knows the maid's probably gonna die out there, so she's like, whatever. There's no way. Whoa, excuse me, I had a hiccup. Hiccup burp. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why it went along with your... what? Chicanery? Then... Let us say that I felt touched, that is, upon seeing you throw your own life away for the sake of your maid. She was very impressed by your relationship with your maid. Few mistresses... what the heck did I say? Oh my god, man, I'm so sorry. I'm trying here. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain, that's all. And you are prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts, at least. Now, you really must get some sleep. It will be much better for you than asking all of these silly questions. She's so worried about her rest. But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in? I considered as much, and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. But you're so tiny compared to us. You should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books too on the shelves which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself upon waking. I'm sorry. Wait, but cold water? How does the water gonna stay warm in the basin? You could find no better amenities in any inn. She's so cute. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically? What does that mean? Oh my god. Then dropped Mika another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I would not want you to spend your night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep. Goodbye. Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened and then turned. She departed, her long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Mika waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers. But it stubbornly refused to budge. Oh, shit. Of course she locked her in there. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. Mika sighed. What did I expect? Defeated, Mika returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it. Her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Staring at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, Mika muttered softly to nobody in particular. What am I gonna do now? Mika's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody in Magdalena's home to hear her. She was all alone. Oh! Oh my god! Whoa! What? Mika tossed and turned uneasily that night, in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. I don't know why I keep reading that as deceased. Oh my god, girl, she's so pretty! Her hair, like, blends into the sheets. And that is not curly hair. That is, like, straight, wavy, maybe wavy, not even actually wavy hair. Oh my god, this poor thing. This is the girl's freaking nightgown or something? Why is it so, like, wow, okay. The bed was more comfortable than the the bed was more comfortable than the cell, I'm sorry, in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold. Its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least the dungeon, with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window barred against the moonlight, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, yet all its decorations had since been ravaged by time unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Micah a corpse? Oh my god, girl, that's such dark thinking. Magdalena had spared Mika's life for the present, but Mika doubted that she would be so fortunate in the future. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Magdalena was not, Mika reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Mika of her blood. And when she did, Mika would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. She says she doesn't bring anyone else up here, though. Don't they just be in the cells? It's a little different, girl. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Van Essen's mausoleum. The air even smelled the same. It smelled of death. No matter how Mika tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily like black-cloaked thieves, through the cracks in the glass panes. Mika's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? Oh! That was it! So it was about 4 hours long. Oh my god. eBay hit me? You is this a single dev game? Okay, no. Oh my god, the art is so good. The writing, man. I feel so stupid reading. I hate that I had such a poor education growing up. I really feel like such a dingus anytime I have to like read fancy words, long words, big words. Opening movie. Oh man, it's so pretty. Oh, free sound. Okay, maybe that's why one of them sounded familiar to me. Oh man. The engine is Renby! Is that what a lot of visual novel people use? Yeah, published by 2.5 Studios. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's it! Dang. This game is so good. It's so good. I just hate that I feel so stupid when I have to read it because they use the words. Okay, I know it's like an old style, like Victorian type of age, whatever have you, like very old style. So like the words and phrases were so confusing to me. I don't quite understand what a lot of them meant. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced anything or just sounded very stupid. I promise you I was not educated well is why. I always feel very dumb, very inadequate, but like, man, this game was so pretty. This game is so good. I love the art. So yeah, she's gonna treat her as a maid in her home. She did complain about stuff looking bad, so of course she's gonna have to go and clean it for her. Wait, I never noticed that her ears are pointy. Wow. Well, the demo's available! There's a free demo out on Steam! You guys can go play it there. Oh, my frames! Come back to me! So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. I'm sorry, my it's not even my throat. My throat feels fine. It's my soft palate. So like, you know that area above the back part of the roof of your mouth where it gets soft, like right off the like harsh part of the roof of your mouth? How the roof of your mouth is like hard and then the back of the roof of your mouth is soft? That feels like someone's stabbing at me. My throat is fine. It's just my soft palate is... I have like infections often there or something, cause oof, my soft palate is in so much pain right now from reading so much. But yeah, that's my only complaint about the game. It's too smart for me. I do love the game. I think it's very pretty. I think it's very pretty. I think it's very fun. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eye. My eye hurts. Dang, I just wish I was smart. The game's really fun. It's the demo is on Steam, like I said. It's a free demo. It's about 4 hours long, as you saw on stream. Very interesting story. I feel like the cell bit went on a little too long. I kind of felt, and because it was like so hard to read, I feel like that was a little sluggish, the cell part. But dang, the sound effects. Wow, I love it. I love the little like pitter patter. I don't know if we heard the first guttural scream though. I don't think they added something like that. I know they added the second scream because I did hear it. I replayed it a few times if you guys missed it. It did sound like a bird screech more so than like a scream from a person. So I don't know, maybe it is a ghost in the mansion or something? I don't know. I'll have my stream schedule posted later tonight for you guys. On Twitch, under the schedule tab, it'll be there already. So I'll stream Tuesday the 5th, Wednesday the 6th, Saturday the 9th, and Sunday the 10th. So I'll be playing Call of Boba, Tavern Talk, The In-Between. Oh my god, I want to see how long the extended demo is. Because the regular demo was only like an hour long, and oh my god, it's so good. And then, I'll play a scary game on the 10th, a demo that I was invited to. God, the game looks kind of freaky though, so I don't know how I'll do. So yeah, we'll have fun with that next week. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's just Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. I hope you guys enjoy the game. Let me know what you think. And check it out for yourself. And I hope you guys like my new look. It's not scary season no more, so I changed my appearance. So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the lurks and the chats, the YouTube subscription. I appreciate that so, so much. I'll see you guys on Tuesday, I guess. I hope. Take care. Bye-bye. Sorry, my throat's giving out too. Bye.